think we're back. It looked like the stream might have paused for a moment there due to some internet issue or something, but we are back, and the game was recording the whole time. So if you missed that minute or two, you can always check back on the YouTube here in a couple days, and we'll have that up for you. Sorry about that. Once again, thanks for joining us. We're still here on Game 2 of Worlds Saturday. This is Jerry and Jan here doing commentary. Thanks for being here, all 27 of you. Keep up the chatter if you can. It helps us.
Yeah. So Daro has joined the Jasper. Looks like in the
Okay.
at the uplink station.
Boba Fett Bounty Hunter is going to go used with his maintenance game text.
Yeah. So it looks like we're not getting a battle this turn. Joe's got 3 cards in his hand. Couldn't quite make them out though. Not sure where we're at here. I think we might be in Tom's draw phase or move phase. Oh, no, we're in Joe's activate phase now, looks like.
Oh, so yeah, Tom just ended his turn. Like you said, after going to the JCC, going to...
Tom ended his turn. We're in Joe's activate phase. Tom activates with wipe, then draws that card with shadows to cause a ping.
Yeah, it's best to do that shadow ping in the activate phase, I feel like, before they have any other sort of
On the
options.
opponent's activate phase. During your turn, if you're able to look at your force pile, is the ideal situation when you're flipped, peek at your force pile and figure out which cards you want, and then do your draw when you have the cards you want on top of your force pile.
I meant on the opponent's
turn. But yes, definitely you're right on the opponent's turn. I think just getting it out of the way. Unless you think you might need that force for something, then you can save it, see if it's still there at the end of the turn.
Yeah, as long as you still have force for it. Just doing it early that way, because in the activate phase, they just don't have as many cards that they necessarily want to lose. And also, it takes away from the tracking that they maybe have done if you're taking away the cards that they've activated.
Yeah, and especially when you're low on cards like this, like Joe is probably counting. Like I need 8 cards for force to deploy, and I'm going to need 3 left in my reserve deck for Battle Destiny. And you take one of those away, you could take some of his options out. So Joe is paying for a couple drains here. Drain a 2, drain a 2. Obi-Wan to the farm.
Cold feet. Play defensive shield.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what Joe is hoping to accomplish by putting Obi-Wan on the farm. Maybe neighboring some guys over, like you said, but...
Yeah, if one of those cards he has left is his neighbors, does he have much force?
I mean, Fett's not there anymore, obviously, so it's just kind of a stack of schmoops.
That
but
looks like he's just leaving Obi-Wan there and letting Tom go. So
yeah, but still, those guys are more than a match for Obi-Wan.
I'm guessing he has a Hoojix at this point.
Block the drain. Maybe if you draw well, you don't have to burn the Hoojix, so you lose 1 card instead of 2 to the drain.
It's a lot of characters, though.
Yeah, it is a lot of guys. And I guess it's a battle. Get a card off evac. Get one of those cards back into play. Something you can lose.
There's Tracking Us or Speak. Are the cards still on Justice or evac control? It's going to control the drain at
the JCC,
and then looks like that control was sensed. So we're still going to have to peel the 3.
So there's 3 to the JCC. You should see 1 damage coming from Coruscant as well. Unless that already happened, then I missed it.
Well, you could, do the 1 damage at space.
Dengar is added to the pile of guys at the farm.
I mean, he would need a 6 to hit Obi-Wan.
Yep. I was thinking maybe he was playing him because he was a bounty hunter at a Destiny with IG-88, but he's already got Zam there, so...
Yep.
I think Dengar is just icing on the cake.
Yep.
Or maybe he's got a 6 tracked.
Yeah, if he does have a 6-track, then this could be.
Although if you had a 6-track, you'd probably just capture Obi, right? Just make it done and over with.
You can hit him and make him lose.
Yep, so Joe pulls the tracking us off evac control.
Swing. Should hit whoever was there.
Yep. Yeah, Jodocast is there still, too.
Yeah, he's also good to hit. So I didn't see him move a card sideways.
Yeah, somebody's hit, I'm sure.
Somebody got hit, yeah.
So it's like a 5 was the draw for Tom and a 3 for Joe. So Tom's power is going to be somewhere in the ballpark of 20.
Yeah, to 9. So
Yeah,
he's losing
there's
more
a couple
overflow.
More overflow, yeah. And I think we're probably going to see a handshake here pretty soon.
Yeah. I just don't know what Joe could do at this point to bring himself back into this one. He already took. He's taken about 20
He's
overflow.
got so few
game.
cards left. Yeah, there it is.
There's the handshake. All right, so we got Tom Hade, Victory. Really, that's that huge battle. The 17 overflow on
Yeah, I think
Qui-Gon.
I think Joe thought he was safe there with Qui-Gon and Lando.
So, yeah.
I mean, he also had that control to cancel the Caesar's bounty, so I think his intention was obviously to initiate an offensive battle and
then when that
do
didn't
some
happen,
damage and maybe forfeit Qui-Gon, send Lando to use pile with his maintenance costs or something. So he wasn't actually going to be there for Tom to counterbeat. Maybe was his plan. I don't know what he was thinking, obviously, but obviously his intention was an aggressive battle. But the sense on the control on the Caesar's bounty just kind of ruined that plan and put him into more of a defensive posture. And Tom was able to capitalize on that and force a bunch of damage through.
Yeah, we'll get some updates for you if we can. What we'll do is I'll put it on my intermission stream, and then I'll make a pass around the room and see how much time is left in the round.
Any other requests, make them now.
Yeah, and we'll come back and update you here. I'm gonna see if I can at least get something to eat small.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, no, I think it's working. On mic 2, right? Yeah. The little green bar is moving up and down the screen, so.
That was on purpose.
You're a funny guy, Dutch Vader. Almost as funny as Jerry is bad at spelling.
Almost. All right. Do you want to? Are they setting down yet? I want to know which one's the top player, which one's the bottom player. So they aren't set down yet. You're right. I don't know who's dark and who's light.
Like nobody's
Okay,
sitting down.
that's cool. We'll get there soon.
Probably even pop it back to the room camera for a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Hey guys, Star Wars players.
Box on our table.
So do you want to see who's on top, who's on bottom, who's dark, who's light, that kind of stuff?
It's Johnny Chu with Digawatt.
Okay.
And Ross is playing light side, whatever objective he flips over.
This deal is getting worse all the time.
Found it out.
And is that throne room?
I'm actually seen. Yeah, probably. Did you forget to spell his name
I
correctly?
think that's correct.
Yeah, I think that's right too.
All right, hey guys.
That's throne room.
No, yeah, I misspelled spelled on purpose, Dutch Vader. It was totally on purpose.
How did you just put TRM instead of light?
DRM.
Just to be consistent.
I wanted to make sure. I just
the throne room is right there in the middle of the table.
okay. So we have another game with TRM. I did try to find a match that wasn't TRM versus AOBS, and we do have that. We have TRM versus This Deal is Getting Worse All the Time. And Johnny has played This Deal is Getting Worse All the Time. You
Yeah,
know,
he's done some wild
First
things
Order
with this
Dark
deck
Deal,
before. Yeah,
um,
he's
Trooper Deal, I think, was a deck that he used way back in the day.
yeah. So it looks like he's going with the first order guys in this one, starting bow to the first order. Of
Mob
course,
Ranks combo.
Imperial Arrest Order Secret Plans comes out with the objective that lets you deploy Secret Plans as part of your starting
It
stuff,
looks
so he
like
just gets a
his-
free effect there.
Was his starting interrupt
Yeah, his starting interrupt
The-
must have been the ship puller one. What's it called?
the You Know What I've Come For?
You know what I've come for.
So he's running the. So I guess you still get 3 effects with this start because you have the extra one from
Right, you get the Secret Plans
This
from the
Deal is Getting
objective.
Worse All the Time. So that's pretty cool. So we got Johnny Chu and Ross. Looks like we're about to get started here. Ross will take the first turn. Being the TRM player.
Yeah, light side's gone first every game we've commented so far.
At least he didn't have TRM versus AOBS.
That's how Star Wars works, right? Light side goes first.
Apparently it is at Worlds 2018. So, I mean, I haven't really been able to survey most of the field as I go out there because our games have gone pretty long. But I feel like there's a lot of TRM out there.
Yeah, that's the impression I get as well.
Maybe it's just a deck people feel like they can win 50-50 matchups with.
Yeah, I think it's just something that's got a bunch of it's got no horrible matchups. It might not have some good one, might have some bad ones, but nothing horrible. Like it's going to give you a chance against most things you're going to face.
Right. Okay.
Which I mean, I think most of the dark side decks you're going to be facing in the field today are going to be agents, maybe hunt down and map, and I think throne room kind of gives you a fair chance against all three of those decks.
Yeah. All right. So
But-
we got Ross pulled his grabber. I think he pulled another shield right away. I didn't quite see what it was. Maybe it was the goldenrod shield for free executor shenanigans, but didn't quite catch
Yeah,
what that other
I didn't
shield
catch that
underneath.
one either.
But his starting effects are Walkling, Insurrection Aim High, and like my father before me, pretty standard throne
Yep.
room.
No surprises there. Looks like we're getting the docking bay search with the insurrection combo right now.
Yep. So I see the.
Is that the JCC he's got pulled to the front there?
It's definitely the.
Yeah, he's got the
3-3,
JCC
yeah,
all
yeah.
set at the front. He's probably got a speak in his hand for it. Yep, there it is.
So there's that, and then he's gonna pull the docking bay as well.
The docking bay's already out. It's in the glare there on top of the throne room.
Okay.
So yeah, those three cards kind of stacked on top of one another. They got some bad glare on them. That's the JCC, the Yavin 4 throne room, and I
Either
didn't
home one or
home
Echo
one or
docking
Hoth
bay.
docking bay. Yeah, one of the two. Not really important which. That's a rescue in the clouds. Looks like he's got the battle planes as an option there.
So pretty good opening draw for TRM. He got his JCC. He got a Rescue in the Clouds. Guess he didn't get a Wisa to get the Boss Nash Chambers, but you said he maybe could have taken the battle plane.
I didn't look like that was the card he chose. I think the battle planes was an option, but I think he opted for something else, which I
Yeah,
didn't see.
you probably don't want to put that out too early.
Yeah, exactly. You can pull that. Don't grab that one. You'll pull it later with Wisa. Man, that glare is awful
I
right
think
there.
that's Yoda.
Yeah, he went to the JCC, so I believe that was Yoda Master of the Force, which costs all of his force.
How similar do we think Chu's version is from the 2017 NPC? I don't know if at that point the map starting interrupt, you know what I've come for, was out. So at the very least, he's using that starting interrupt to play Battle of the First Order and the mob points combo, and then so it only starts 3 effects instead of 4.
Oh, I missed that link, I think. Damn. I was just going to follow that link on my tablet, but I missed it in the chat on my tablet. I didn't boot
Gotcha.
it up in time. I can find it on the forums, though.
So I'd expect this deck to be pretty similar, CRG, to the deck he played at the 2017 NPC. Like I said, maybe the only difference that I would expect for sure, I don't think map was released at that point, he said 8, so it probably has the map starting interrupt, but well, maybe the map was out at the last year's NPC. I think it came out right after that, though, for some
You can
reason.
follow that link and find out.
I suppose we could. It's still early, though. I don't want to miss stuff. Johnny's pulling Bespin with his objective. He pulled the
Yep.
Executor docking bay.
With the rest order
Oh,
combo.
you know what the defensive shield was? It was don't do that again for the mob points combo.
Okay, yeah,
Right,
that makes sense.
If
Yeah.
Ross is a light side player, he's definitely doing that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Good thinking, Queso.
Hey, every once in a while. Yeah, you guys have
Hey,
all
yeah,
that
move it out of the glare. There you go, guys. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a few more sights on Bespin throughout the course of this game, too. So there's the free executor effect. We'll see if that inspires a professor from Ross, maybe?
Especially since he got the system.
Oh, he's going
There
for
it
the
is.
shields.
Yeah, there's the goldenrod.
Yep.
So
All right, it's goldenrod now.
Yeah, it used to be called the professor.
It was
back in, like,
at one point it was an effect.
yeah, so but he does have Johnny has the executor in his hand,
Yep.
even though he didn't have to do mob points.
Yeah.
And now he's just gonna place mob points out of play to go get an effect
Well, now that it's not suspended anymore,
Yeah.
why the hell not?
because he doesn't need it anymore. So he's gonna go get. The
I mean,
indoor
he
shield.
had the shuttle in his hand from the starting interrupt,
So,
or he could have
okay.
pulled the shuttle.
So
So,
there's a big difference. In the old deck, he used to just start indoor shield, and now with this new way, he's using the mob points to get the indoor shield.
There you
So-
go.
And then you also have the interrupt that will let you get the shuttle if you need it, and you get an extra sight for activation.
So looks like he's going to go ahead and fire both of those Endor shield pulls
got
on
Chino.
Chiranu and Ozol.
Yep. And those are going to go up on the executor. And yeah, Ozol's free, so you wouldn't put it. Yeah, of course you
Yep.
put him out.
Yep, gets you that key ability so you can draw some Battle Destiny.
I'm pretty sure Johnny also had a sight in his hand that he didn't play. Oh, maybe I just missed it. Yeah,
Docking Bay, yeah.
Docking Bay. The Cloud City
He
Docking
opted
Bay.
not to play it for some reason, though, because I think he just drew a card, so I think we're in
Yeah.
the draw phase at this point.
Yeah, he's drawing all. If you do another, they must
Still,
never
I mean,
again leave
15
this.
fourth worth of cards on the table turn one is not half bad.
So Johnny's playing an interrupt, and Ross is going to sense it with Yoda, and it's successful. It was Imperial Command. So Imperial Command was sensed by Yoda, and now Johnny's pulling the there is no try.
Yep.
It's defensive shield.
A little
So
bit.
that could be pretty big. You know, Ross basically got a free sense off.
Yeah.
And you know, early game command that was probably going to go for Thrawn or Piet, I would imagine, to get Admiral's orders or just to beef up the, or maybe even I don't know if he would run Veers. He's probably not running Veers, so I would guess Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Or Hux. Hux would be a pretty good one, too, just to get the use pile pull.
Yeah, that's true. I always forget Hux as a general.
There goes the other docking bay over to the side there, so
It's just off an activation land. It shouldn't really become too relevant until the late game, if anybody knows
and
that.
tunnel vision to search the force pile.
Did he pull the control tunnel vision with Yoda? Probably. So now we got the boss Nash
Yep.
chambers out of
Okay,
the
so
force
he's
pile.
just going straight for that boss Nash
Yeah,
chambers.
he knew where it was. He knew it was
Wasn't
activated.
thinking about
There
it
goes
too
Luke
much.
to the Cloud City site. Does he have to pay +1? I guess no, it's just equals 6.
Yeah, I think with the deploy cost reset, the game text
His
investment
lightsaber
doesn't
from
affect
Reserve
it.
deck. So we got the lightsaber and Luke. See how Johnny will respond to his Bespin site being taken over.
Being occupied by Jedi.
So once again, thank you guys out there for watching at home. This is Queso Sauce and Jan Westergaard doing commentary. We're on Game 3 of Worlds. Both these players are 2-0. We've got Johnny playing Darkside and Ross playing TRM.
Yep, Ross just drew his last force, but I think we're going to see him put a card down with the Luke effect. Just to have a force there, you know? Always bluff that barrier.
Or be able to grab and interrupt.
Yeah, or draw their fire, any number of reasons. It's always good to save a force, boys and girls.
Yeah, at least one. Sometimes light side you need more than one if they got broken concentration and
All those fun
those
shenanigans.
Jawas.
But he does not put a card down, just goes with the empty force pile.
Goes with it. All right. So we'll see. That's a bold strategy there, Cotton. All right. So Johnny's activating. So he would get a drain of 1 at the system for free since there's no battle plan. Loses Corn Horn off the top.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, Ross has already had to do 3 shields because of the Don't Do That Again and the Goldenrod.
Yeah, I mean, Ross is threatening a drain of 2. I think he would rather try and force Johnny to pull the shield.
Yeah, Ross would rather Johnny to do it.
Maybe is his thinking. I'm sure I don't know.
Johnny's got Grabber and the Sense Shield out so far.
So Johnny is pulling the sector, the Cloud City sector, with the objectives game text.
Okay.
It looks like he actually is trying to set up Dark Deal here. This is pretty cool.
Well, because usually you don't run the sector. If
Yeah,
you're not-
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's another place that you have to defend. And in a deck where you're running on the Executor, he's not running matching starships, so you're going to have to maybe have a couple Onyx Ties or
Yeah, I think I saw some shuttles. Like he's got Kylo's shuttle,
Kylo
Emperor's shuttle.
Emperor's Shuttle, those kind of things.
Johnny playing a force push,
Okay.
pulling something out of his force pile.
Well, it's kind of nice with your objective if you don't necessarily need the sector, you can use it to force push.
So yeah, obviously he needs 3 Cloud City sites to play Dark Deal. We've seen the Docking Bay in his hand, which he can also pull with a rest order. So his 3rd site is probably going to be the prison, if I had to guess.
Yeah. And the sites don't have to be battlegrounds.
They do not.
Yeah, they just have to be Cloud City sites. But he's got to. Do you have to control all the
Yep.
sites?
So I think that maybe is what he pulled with the force push was the
With
sonic bomb.
Get the prison out.
But yeah, I do remember that deck that he posted on the forums a while ago, which is probably the link that Crazy Runner guy posted here. And this does look heavily inspired by it.
Yeah,
If not
I
a
just think
modified version of it.
it's got the different sort of starting interrupt with the.
Yeah.
You get the extra generation because this deal is getting worse all the time. Only starts with one.
Yeah, that
site.
extra icon is huge, I think.
So yeah, you go from having a 2-1 activation start to a 3-1, which is pretty significant.
Oh, here
We
come
got
the troopers.
Troopers, FN 2003,
Is
and
that
Captain Phasma,
Phasma?
who's going to do a bow to the first order pull.
Didn't see what it was he pulled, but
He-
definitely a
it was-
character.
It was something he wanted, yeah. Probably another trooper, or maybe Hux or somebody.
It's the only non-red card in the use pile. Is the one he went for.
He's got a U3PO in hand. So he could have gone with the U3PO route, but he's choosing instead to attack Luke.
Coward.
Pulls coward.
Initiate a battle.
He doesn't want.
Thinking about it.
He wants to try to make sure that Ross couldn't pop a walkling to get any retrieval if he loses a Luke or a lightsaber this turn.
I guess he's activating
He's
FN's
activating
ability
FN
to. What does it do?
It
Luke
makes,
cancels his text and can't fire weapons.
Correct. And then Captain Phasma will add a Destiny because he's with the Stormtrooper.
Yep.
So it should be 2 Destinies for Darkseid.
Should take care of Luke. I mean,
I imagine
Johnny.
Luke is. I guess yeah, Luke can still swing the lightsaber though, can he?
I forget what FN says, honestly. These virtual cards.
Maybe not. No, I think it says they can't fire weapons. They just do 1 Destiny each. Johnny loses the Trooper, and Ross loses Luke. So now is he going to shuttle Ozzel down, or is he going to shuttle Phasma up? Well, Phasma moves over to the prison. Okay, so Phasma moves over to the prison, and with Ross having already top-decked the Corran Horn, there's maybe only 1 or 2 more spies you might expect the light side player to play. Maybe a Jyn Erso, maybe R2D2, or something like that. You guys out there in chat, is everything sounding okay, looking okay? Haven't had much chat this round. Let's get some more interaction here. If you got questions, if you got stuff to say, don't be shy. Alright, so we'll see what Ross has in store for this turn. He does have Yoda down, but he's kind of stranded on Coruscant.
Yeah, I think he's mostly just there for the control
He's just
pull
drawing
and
cards.
the activation
So-
and the Destiny 7 for ability.
That's probably you guys can play Gamp and stuff. I just, like I said, I want to make sure if I don't hear stuff from you guys, I sometimes maybe assume that the stream isn't working or whatever. So maybe no news is good news in that regard. But
So I think Ross went and played another Wisa, find that battle planes. But
but it was it's in the force pile still.
yeah.
Ross does seem to have many things on his wrist, at least 1 watch and 2 other wristbands.
He's all accessorized.
I guess I was told that Ross and Johnny Shu played at the NPC a couple years ago in a top 8 match.
Oh yeah?
And it was a good match. Yeah, there's a lot of TRM out there today, Nick. I definitely I struggled to find a matchup in the top tables that didn't include TRM because
Well, I mean, it's
definitely
the
didn't
world's
wanna have-
stream, and that's the world's meta, so...
yeah, I didn't want to have TRM versus AOBS again, so I at least got a different dark side. And I don't think anybody complains when we got Johnny Shu on stream, so.
Especially when he's playing a cool deck like this one.
Yeah.
I love these
Dark Deal is a fun
Dark Deal
deck,
decks
too.
he plays.
So we got Cherno. Cherno's going to add 1 to his 4-strain at the Bespin system.
And any other systems within 2 parsecs where he has a capital starship.
I don't
but
expect
I don't think we're going to see many
other
of those,
systems,
yeah. So yeah, he's really just 4-strain plus 1 at Bespin. I couldn't quite see what that was about. Oh, that was the Cloud City occupation. He pulled that with the
With the
objective.
objective, yeah. Yeah, I think TRM is just like we were.
Man,
like
so
John and I
Johnny
were
doesn't
saying,
even back
Matt-
up Phasma, just leaves her sitting there all
Well,
by her
she's at
lonesome.
the-
She's at the
the
prison,
prison.
but still, throwing her in
Corran
one
Horn
spot.
was
Corran
top
Horn
deck.
is dead, you're right. He's in the lost
So
spot.
I was thinking maybe just Jyn Erso, maybe R2D2 or something. Johnny 2 is going to try to play another command.
I'm pointing it right at Yoda. Try sensing it again.
I'm guessing this one will be grabbed, though. Nope. I think he thought about grabbing it, but
Yeah, if you're gonna grab it, you grab the first one, even if you do sense it, I think.
the first one happened on Johnny's first turn when Ross decided to draw his cards. So
No, I couldn't have, because he sensed it, right?
He sensed it.
So how could it be his first turn? Oh, 'cause
I guess
he used
Jar
he used
Jar
his
could
force on
also
Yoda.
go to blow up Phasma
Okay.
as well. So Jar Jar or Jin, I
See, I
think are the
told you he
two.
was pulling Hux with it. So that command goes through and gets him his Hux, which is pretty good because he gets that use pile search, gets you another card that you really want.
Yep. Alright, so now we'll see Ross drew a few cards, but left a pretty good force pile, so I'm guessing he's got something planned this turn. Whether it be attacking Phasma, if he has a Jar Jar, or a Jin Urso, or a Spy of some other sort. He's going to use Yoda, or no, sorry, use pull a docking bay. So I see 2 Luke's lightsabers in reserve, I see at least 1 Luke. Yeah, we have had a couple, 2 different variations. This version that Ross is playing looks a lot like the first throne
Well,
room
also,
deck, so.
I don't think Joe's throne room had all the senses and stuff that Hayes's did.
Yeah,
I
so
think Hayes, but
yeah,
they
Hayes
were
was
pretty
kind of like
different
an old
versions of
style
throne rooms.
throne
Yeah, his was very much an
EPPs.
old school style throne room with lots of EPPs.
So
and
there has been variants, but yeah, I am going to try to get a non-TRM light side
yeah,
for next time.
we'll try and do that for
Unless
next time.
we got 69 players.
There's got to be somebody playing something besides throne room, right?
The ship.
All right, we're still waiting to see what Ross is going to do with his turn here. He's sorting his hand, pulling some characters to the front. Solo, maybe he's thinking about.
Yeah, the other ones are like the related locations to it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand that this, seeing the same deck and whenever we're playing, that TRM can be pretty frustrating. 12-card TRM isn't something I've seen all that much, so maybe that's a Dutch variant of the TRMs. Yeah, I was going to grab Emil's match, but he was playing against someone who was playing Agents, I'm pretty sure, so I decided not to.
He can't be playing TRM, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen Emil play a lot of TRM. We got Qui-Gon with lightsaber.
Oh yeah, here's some action. This is a pretty key turn for Ross, I think.
Saw Johnny 2 points.
How he
then had to
plays.
pay +1 for the.
Right, that guy is +1 for Bespin in his game because Johnny 2 controls Bespin. That text is so annoying.
Yeah.
I'm sure anybody who's played against QMC is very familiar with the
messes
text
up
and
your
just
math.
how annoying it is. Yeah, especially when you got your turn all counted and planned out, and then your opponent's like +1.
+1.
Then you got to go back and recalculate everything. But yeah, as I was saying, I think this is a pretty key turn for Ross. Like how he plays this turn is going to kind of influence a lot how the next couple turns go.
So got Qui-Gon down and drops.
So he just goes for the naked Qui-Gon.
The old naked Qui-Gon. We've never really done game sound from the camera that's above the players. It's something I'd like to maybe experiment with, but I think it might be better on day 3 when it's a little less loud in there because there's less people. So we might mess around with some of that tomorrow, JodoCast. But it can also be kind of hard to follow what they're talking about, and sometimes players just go so fast that we miss things even when they're. Yeah, we could give it a shot. Like I said, I'm open to.
Something to try.
And maybe this new video camera has a better microphone. We do have a nicer camera than we've ever had before. That was the speak that he's losing off the top, or from his hand. I mean.
Yeah, looks like Johnny went ahead and paid 3 for that drain of 2 at Bespin.
Yeah. That's why he put Trino up there last turn, I'm sure, was to.
Johnny 2 doing an objective search, I believe.
Yeah, so we can look for class C occupation, Bespin.
Yep, and Dark Deal is
Dark Deal?
option, but I think that's already in his hand.
Yeah, I think it's that middle red
Yeah, I
card.
think so.
So he needs to put another Cloud City site out and control the other two sites before, and the sector too. So he's still a little ways away from having Dark Deal set up.
Yeah, so to deploy Dark Deal, you have to control Bespin Cloud City and at least 3 related sites. So
he
it's
doesn't
quite
yet-
difficult to get out,
he doesn't
especially
yet
when Light
control the
Side keeps
sector
playing
or-
characters to your locations.
So is that U3PO to cover up the Qui-Gon drain?
Yep, I mean, it was only a drain of 1 he was threatening, but
And then a draw. So playing it pretty,
maybe he doesn't have the Dark Deal in his hand.
maybe not.
Where is that?
I thought it was that
Yeah,
card
it's-
there, but it's kind of hard to tell the way he's holding it.
And don't mistake Dark Deal as like some kind of ultimate win condition for this deck. Like, you have to be very careful about when and how you play the Dark Deal.
But that does allow you can't flip the objective until you have Dark Deal out.
Yeah, but again, like I said, flipping the objective, it doesn't just like win you the game or anything. You have to have control and being able to use it and make sure they can't cancel it right away. It's not as straightforward and linear as it sounds. Yeah, you really need another game plan besides just Dark Deal. You got to be controlling the board and responding to what your opponent's doing. Okay, so we got Solo coming down along with Qui-Gon and U3PO at the upper walkway.
This guy's gonna use Solo's game text.
Yeah, I
to
wonder if
play
he's got.
interrupt,
Yeah, okay.
control
I
tunnel
think
vision.
he's looking for something. Get that tunnel vision
So yeah, play
going.
Solo, use Solo's game text to play an interrupt from Lost Pile, control tunnel vision. And
'Cause we know Corran Horn's dead, right? He peeled him early on.
yeah,
So as far as answers to that U3PO go,
yeah, Jar Jar. Oh, and that's
was that Jar
I
Jar?
think that's Jar Jar.
Yeah, I think it is Jar Jar coming down to the prison. That's probably what he pulled with the tunnel vision. We'll see how bad Phasma's day is about to get.
so someone else coming down as that's
And Padme, it looks like.
gotta pay +1.
Yeah, don't
Johnny
forget
reminds
that +1. You know Johnny's not going to forget that.
Jar Jar for the win. Yeah, you're right, Nick. So we're gonna see a battle with Phasma and Jar Jar and Padme here, I'm sure. And a Luke.
And Luke.
All right, the whole gang is here. And yeah, so he only has to pay 6 for Luke. The Bespin text doesn't kick in since it's
You're
a
right,
reset.
it's a reset. So
But,
he is protected from the Bespin system's annoying modifications. Anyways, so that's also going to turn Padme on, right? She adds a destiny to power or attrition?
She's attrition.
Just attrition?
She's just attrition.
Yeah. So that's not going to do much in this situation, actually. So 2 destinies there. The second one, which was the 6, would be the attrition destiny, I believe.
Yeah, Jar Jar plus Lisa.
So
It's
that's
really good.
going to be 10 power on Phasma's 4. Oh? What were those first 2 draws?
That was the lightsaber.
Oh, there's a lightsaber involved there? I didn't think Luke
Oh, I
had a
guess the-
lightsaber.
no,
Yeah, there's no lightsaber.
Or was that the Jar Jar draw?
He drew 2 destiny. I thought it was. Either way, Johnny Chu gets the battle. It's the bottom line.
So now we got Luke and Padme. Oh no, sorry, Padme lost. Luke and Jar Jar.
Does Phasma draw alone?
Phasma does not draw on her own. Or no, yeah, I think she.
Oh, so maybe that was a lightsaber then. I'm a little lost here. I apologize.
I don't think Phasma has on her own. I guess you
I've got her right here. Yeah, I'll check it out. No, she adds. Yeah.
Yeah. Johnny paid 3 to 4 strain at Bestman System for 2.
Yep.
And it was Endor Celebration, is that what that looks like?
That top card, that is a Sorry About the Mess non-combo.
Oh, sorry with the mess non-combo.
So that it can't be canceled by cards that cancel blaster proficiency, such
is a lot
as,
of Balance combo.
Ceasefire and Balance combo. Yeah, those are the two big ones.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. You do need a mic. You just need to be here, hanging out.
Yeah, you should have come to Worlds. Then you wouldn't even need a microphone.
Then we would have had 70 instead of 69. We wouldn't have to make 69 jokes all day. That is what she said. All right. So
If you're really us, then what number are we thinking of?
I understand, dude. You can't go to all of them. I wasn't able to make Nats this year, and I was pretty pissed. So you can't win them all. I understand. Thank you for being here and watching with us. We appreciate that. So Johnny's got a pretty interesting turn ahead of him with both of his sites being occupied.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to maybe have to deploy that docking bay from hand, or no, he's just going to draw some cards. Just draw strain and draw some cards. So, and then he's going to obviously pull Battle Plan.
He just drew like 3. They must never again leave this city in a row. Found his point man. He's going to get the. I think he's looking for Dark Deal is what he's doing, and I think point man's going to find it for him. Yeah, there's the Dark Deal. But he's not getting it. Okay.
Look like he took a vehicle or a ship of some kind. He does need to control the sector too, but I think Dark Deal at this point is not part of his game plan. He's going to have to kick him off.
Yeah, the first thing he's got to do is clear those guys off the sites. Like Dark Deal isn't going to do
Maybe,
anything
like
right now.
Setting up occupation would be okay if he could try to get that next turn. But yeah, he's going to have to clear off these sites before he even thinks about Dark Deal.
But as Nick points out, Ross really is not threatening a lot of damage at these sites. Like in fact,
and
Coward is canceling Luke's drain, so he's really just paying 3 for a drain of 1. That's all he's doing.
Isn't U3PO there?
All right, he's not doing any damage then. Yeah.
So yeah, no damage. So yeah, we'll see.
Maybe Ross will set up the battle planes, get on a second battleground, actually threaten some damage. There's the lightsaber.
But that still is going to, with the undercover spy being at the battleground and Luke being on the non-battleground, there's still not a lot he can do.
Yeah, I mean, Coward still cancels that drain until he gets a second battleground, which I don't think Johnny's going to deploy one for him to go at. He's been holding that docking bay for a long time.
All game, yeah. So he's not going to put that docking bay out
the battle
until he's
planes.
ready to control it.
The battle planes is what I'm expecting we'll see from Ross if he's got it.
His best characters are on Cloud City, but I'm sure he has like
He's got plenty.
Anakin or a Rey or somebody who can go over to. Because like the Dark Deal deck isn't as good at fighting off planet. It really likes to.
Yeah, it's not like he's going to drop. I mean, maybe he'll drop an EPP Maul on you. Who knows?
EPP Maul, EPP Kylo.
Keep you honest, but yeah, it doesn't seem like a terribly battle-heavy deck. Okay, so Ross has decided to abandon the prison. It looks like. I think it's just U3PO left there. Although I thought U3PO was in the other site. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but that looks a lot like U3PO because it's in one of Johnny's sleeves, so it is
U3PO.
U3PO.
Looks like it's like a clone or something. I don't know.
I mean, it's in a yellow sleeve.
Yeah.
So it's Johnny's card. So at the Cloud City Upper Walkway, we've got, looks like he added
Chewie.
Bowie there as well.
Yeah.
So you've got Han, Chewie, Qui-Gon with lightsaber, Luke with his lightsaber, and I believe Padme is still there as well.
I think it's Jar Jar is the other character.
Jar Jar? I think Padme is there too, honestly.
Okay.
I think they're both there. I think that might have been a second copy.
Okay.
A lot of throne rooms are running 2 copies of Padme, especially if they're running 2 copies of Anakin as well. I don't know why he moved U3PO, Paul. I was wondering the same thing, because Coward was taking care of that drain. Like, he didn't need to move U3PO there because Coward was canceling that drain at the non-battleground. So I'm afraid I don't have a good answer for you.
Maybe he wants to, like you said, avoid the Jar Jar Wisa interaction.
Maybe, but
Then he's not doing anything.
yeah, then you're in the same boat you're in right now. Except you don't have an undercover spy. Yeah, it's a safe assumption he has Wisa. He's God knows he's running like 3 of them.
At least, yeah.
But like I said, I mean, I don't understand where that really gets you. Your undercover spy is not in lost pile in that case, but still, he's doing nothing, so he may as well be. So, yeah,
Nothing else makes
yeah.
sense.
So
Yeah.
maybe Johnny's got some plans for him down the road.
Looks like Ross is trying to play a dry lev. Or no, he was losing that to a 4 strain. Looks like.
Yeah, Johnny Chu is still vigilant, vigilantly pinging away at that system with his Draina 2.
Yeah, I mean it's the Executor Ozzel and Cherno, so I mean most TRMs don't have a space package that can really.
Well, we see the Tantive in Ross's hand there. We know he's got that, and that could be a good option for him to get on the second battleground. He needs to turn off
Yeah.
Coward, although that's less of an issue now that he's abandoned the prison.
She was playing the long game. Of course he's playing the long game. I don't think you can win the fast game against TRM with Dark Deal.
It's a big old hand that Chu's got there.
He does have a lot of cards in hand.
Let's see how he plays this turn. If we get any deployment, or if he's
Now
just
he's pulling the
just gonna
oppressive enforcement shield in case maybe he's going to be playing an interrupt he doesn't want to get canceled. Or maybe he has some immediate effects he wants to play for free, like all too easy or something like that. I don't know.
You need the Carbonite Chamber to play all too easy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's planning 5 turns ahead. He's good at this game.
Yeah, I mean, this game is at a very slow pace. Both players are causing like 2 damage a turn,
Tarkin's going
so
up to space on the Executor.
and that's all Chu does. Just back up a little bit. Like I said, Ross is not putting much pressure on him, so it's kind of letting Johnny sit back and assemble whatever game plan it is he is aiming for, which I'm sure I don't know,
Yeah.
but things will become more clear as the game goes on. Is that another command he's trying to play?
Almost looked like Tarkin's orders or something like that. Is what it looks like to me.
Cold feet?
I think it's Tarkin's orders. I really think.
Oh,
it is.
cancel that drain?
Yeah. So yeah, it was Tarkin's orders to cancel the drain.
Yeah,
too.
that makes sense. And that'll I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, Johnny can just sit here and drain 2 all game. Yeah.
So I don't know if Ross has grabbed anything yet.
No, Ross has not.
Might be-
Oh, there is some red card. We can barely see the corner up there. It might have been
Right.
that command.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Like this is just looking at this board state. You can wait this out a very long time. Chu has probably a 12 to 13 card hand, I would guess. It's a lot of cards. I think it's above 12. Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, I bet it is above 12. He's got a big old hand. The battle plane's coming down. They're coming out with Wisa.
Yep.
Not necessarily deploying him yet, but
So we got the battle planes in hand now.
that was the
I think
boss
that's
Nass
the boss
chamber.
Nass
So he just
chamber. It's
moved
just
over in
that
case,
way.
yeah.
It'll be the related location. Gummy worms.
Sour gummy worms. Alright,
See what else Ross is going to do this turn. Did he play the Ray this turn?
yeah, I suppose he must have. She wasn't down there before, right? But yeah, man, if he does manage to somehow program trap that U3PO, then yeah, that will be That answered my question right there, but it's going to be tough.
Because as long as he has the Jar Jar, he can always threaten the Wisa against that undercover spy.
I guess what Johnny Chu could do, though, is just break the spy's cover, because Wisa can't hurt
But then
him then.
Yeah.
But then it becomes Ross's droid to move around, and he can separate him from.
Yeah, Wisa would just kill the droid with the program trap, assuming he still has Jar Jar. Maybe at some point he's coming up with a plan to remove Jar Jar from the table, and then he can start using his U-3PO the way he wants. Because he knows Corn Horn is gone, and now he's using this Jar Jar play to get around the spies. So Tantive lost from
It
hand.
peels the Tantive. Interesting. Ross wants nothing to do with that executor, I guess.
So that was for the drain at the Bespin system for Johnny's turn.
So it looks like Johnny's activated down to just one card in his reserve deck, which I think is that Tarkin's orders.
Yeah, does he have a way of...
Doesn't have Forlom or anything, obviously.
He's got Tarkin's bounty in his hand? No? Okay, that's Prince Shizor.
That's interesting. It's a very interesting choice of characters. I wonder.
Yeah.
Wonder what made him choose that guy over so many other options that are available.
Yeah. So the game text with Shizor is that you have to have more than 6 ability.
Six ability or more required for opponent to draw Battle Destiny here.
And he draws.
He draws by himself, and he's also immune to attrition less than 5, as long as Luke or Vader are not there, I believe.
But Luke is there.
Luke is there.
She's going to be setting up occupation. Yeah, you're probably right with setting up occupation. Because
Yeah, I
now got the
think that's what
Bay
he's
out.
going for.
Is that Sidious? Lord Sidious?
Lord Sidious.
Taco Bill's virtual card?
That was in the most recent set 9, right?
I think it was in set 8.
Is it set 8?
Yeah, I believe the docking bay has to go in between those two sites. He couldn't have put...
Yes, that's correct. The way the Cloud City docking bay deployment thing goes is 2 docking bays have different names. The first one deployed has to go in between the interior and exterior sites. The second docking bay deployed has to go at the far end of the exterior sites. It's really weird deployment rules for Cloud City.
So now he's got occupation. He put Hux out to a card from used pile. So
Did you see what he grabbed?
I didn't see what he's actually still grabbing it right now. I think he's looking for the Admiral's order that would ping off his generals.
Alright, he consolidates Prince Shizor over there.
So yeah, he definitely just put Shizor there to, and that's the walkway text, so you can use it to move for free, right? To other exterior sites.
Yeah, I think you're right. That walkway's a pretty good site.
Yeah, it's kind of like the light side one that lets you do it for QMC.
Except it's not nearly that good.
No. That one is much better. You're looking at Lord Sidious, right?
Yeah, I got Lord Sidious. Lord Sidious is deploy 6, forfeit 8, power 5, ability 7. Once per game may upload always 2 there are or a Nemoidian. And if he is alone or a Theed Palace objective is on table, an opponent just initiated battle here may exclude 1 character of ability less than 6 present. So that's not going to happen this turn anyways, because he is not alone, nor is there a Theed objective on table.
Not yet.
But it is very strong text. I think I have to disagree with you on that one there, Queso.
Yeah.
That would be a wild situation.
Alright, so let's see what Johnny...
Some kind of like
that's
Elise
Ross's turn.
Trailblazer thing. Open a sealed special edition pack and add it to your deck.
We don't have that many special edition packs left to open.
Alright, so we're looking at Ross's turn now. He's counting his force pile, figuring out what his options are.
So, I mean, he's already been pitching spaceships. I don't think he's planning on contesting the Bestman system.
Yeah, he's got that giant stack of characters at the walkway, but he started a rest order, so there's no way he's going to be neighboring
I
them.
mean, both players have
Yeah,
the
there's
rest orders you could plan. So
definitely none of that action.
So, I mean, what other characters you could have? You know, Anakin, you could have Lando,
EPP Obi.
EPP Obi-Wan, or some sort of other Obi-Wan.
Yeah, he's got a significant amount of his
There's
cards.
your EPP Obi.
Significant amount of his personas committed to that
EPP
location.
Obi goes down for 6, and he's going to get barriered. And the barrier canceler.
Yep, that was a desperate reach Bith Shuffle combo.
Okay, this shuffle combo to cancel the barrier. So, Obi-Wan is still eligible to battle. It's Obi-Wan, Sidious, and who was the other character? It was Hux, right?
Hux.
Yeah. And that's Princess Leia. Don't they go for free to Cloud City?
Her deploy cost can't be modified.
Okay.
She's not free to Cloud City.
She,
It can't be modified by opponent anyways, I believe.
that's the one that pulls the blaster,
I don't think she pulls her
Leia
blaster
Balderon.
anymore. She just pulls Reflection now.
Leia Balderon.
She adds a Destiny with Han and Vader, I think. She used to pull her blaster back in Legacy,
Okay, damn, yeah. That must be what I'm remembering.
which they changed that during the reset. I don't know why.
Weapons.
But yeah, she adds a Battle Destiny with any persona of Han or Darth Vader. But Han's over there at the walkway, and Vader's nowhere to be seen.
I actually kind of doubt that there's a Vader in this deck.
It might be an EPP.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he ran that
Maybe a Space Vader
Yeah.
for the shuttle or something. Oh, he initiates battle and run Luke run. So
Okay.
Luke joins the fray at +2 power from the interrupt, +2 from his game text. That's a power 10 Luke right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Power 10, Luke.
And that's definitely going to cut somebody. Looks like Sidious. Johnny Chu has no action. Ross has another lightsaber to fire. And that's going to be good enough to hit either of his other characters.
And then Hux is probably going to go to attrition.
Yeah.
And
Or
Vader is off camera.
going to be seeing Johnny Chu get cleared off this site. It's just how many of Ross's characters can you take with him? Looks like Chu drew a 4 for Destiny. I didn't.
It was a barrier.
Yeah, Chu drew a barrier. Ross drew a Wisa. Looks like the Wisa, of course, is +1 with Like My Father Before Me. So this battle looks to be going pretty heavily in Ross's favor.
Yeah, once that barrier got canceled, I knew that Johnny probably wasn't stoked on this battle.
Looks like he only has to peel 2 overflow though, so it's not too bad.
And he has a bunch of cards from hand he can lose.
Yeah, I think he just lost 2 of those extra free executor effects,
Same as never again. So now he's going to move the U3PO back over.
which is pretty clutch because Ross is out of force and can't really respond by moving his Jar Jar over there to threaten the
There we
Wisa.
go. The confusing play of moving U3PO over to
Yeah,
a
see,
vacant site.
like you said, he's playing the long game. That
Played
Johnny,
the-
he's
Ended up coming out real big there.
he's one of the best for a reason.
Yeah. So I wasn't questioning it. I knew he knew exactly what he was doing. Like, yeah, U3PO.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he knew exactly what he's doing. I was just trying to figure out for my own benefit.
Hashtag U3PO matters.
So I think this is a force drain here for 2 at the system, and Ross seems to have decided he doesn't need the battle planes and is just peeling it.
Interesting. So we fielded the battle planes and the speak from the top. That could be. I mean, I think he's in a pretty good state with his.
Yeah, he's
stack
got
sites.
so many characters committed to Cloud City already.
So
Like, who's he going to put at the battle planes if
yeah,
he does
has
deploy
all
it?
of the battleground sites that
Yeah.
are on the table. And he
All
has
two
them
of 'em.
stacked. Yeah. And he has them stacked with all of his good characters. Yeah, Ross is no slouch, so we'll see what his plan is for finishing this one off. He isn't doing that much damage, you're right.
But yeah, I mean, it's still
It's like 2-2 right now.
board control, but yeah, they're each U3PO is blocking the drain where the lightsaber is, so Ross is only draining for the 1 at the upper walkway, and Chu's draining for 2. So I mean, despite what it looks like, Chu's actually causing more damage right now. I think Ross has a few more cards on the table, but Chu's lost a few more through the battles. Most of his guys have not been sticking around like Ross's have, so his loss pile's probably a bit thicker. Looks like we're going with the Jedi Lev Lost for Ross to retrieve a non-maintenance character into hand.
Non-maintenance character, yeah.
Corrin Horn. Gonna deal with that U3PO once and for all.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of crap because I think he definitely wanted Jar Jar to handle the U3PO's thing, but that didn't end up happening the way he wanted to. So.
But also now, I mean, I don't think Program Trap is in Johnny's deck, but if
I
it
would be
were,
surprised.
he could play it now because the Lisa can't kill him when he's not undercover.
Yeah.
Only kills undercover spies. So it could be relevant, but
So you think the docking bay last turn was a mistake for Johnny? That's interesting. I mean, I know he had to get occupation going, or do something at some point, but maybe he could have waited another. I mean, there is only so much time in these games, so.
yeah, we've used a significant chunk of it already. They probably got 20 minutes to play, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. But they are playing quick. We've got a lot of turns in. Like that turn for Ross was just drain 1, play Corrin Horn, go. Although getting rid of that undercover spy now increases the damage he is threatening quite significantly.
Yeah, because now he can threaten the lightsaber drain and the drain at the walkway.
But Johnny still does have that Tarkin's orders floating around somewhere.
I'm sure he knows exactly where it is.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either, but I'm sure Johnny knows where that target is.
Paying 3
I don't
for
think
that
he's-
drain at
I don't
2.
think he's shuffled very much since then.
And it's got to be like 10 or 12 cards that Ross has lost to that Bespin drain by now. There's the Tarkin's orders right there in the reserve deck. And giving Ross a quick verify, offering to cut.
Yeah, he did give him the second battleground for Tower by putting the docking bay. I mean,
You see an EPP Maul in Chu's hands? I've been seeing the Dr. Evazan in there for a little bit.
I see a Dooku.
That's the Force Pile. So we're getting the Force Pile search with Tarkin's bounty right now.
Oh, okay.
He just
There's
deployed
EPP
Tarkin's
Kylo.
bounty. Okay, yeah, there's Kylo. P59. There's a Betrayer Vader. Or what's he called now?
That is, that's
He's not Betrayer.
Emperor's Enforcer is
Yeah.
his name.
It's the newest persona of Vader.
U3PO, yes, is currently at the docking bay.
What did he pick up with the Force push? Or the Tarkin's bounty? Did you see what he grabbed?
Wasn't able to catch it. I think it might have been the Thrall.
Yeah, U3PO's cover has been broken by Corrin Horn. U3PO is not blocking that drain any longer. Just last turn, Ross used Jedi Levitation to retrieve Corrin Horn into hand from Lost Pile, and then deployed him to the docking bay and used him to break the cover of break U3PO's cover. So it looks like Chu is thinking about doing Kylo with lightsaber and Dr. Evazan combo.
Mm-hmm.
Going after Luke.
So there goes Dr. E. He's going to put Dr. E out first, so that way he can get his Battle of the First Order with Kylo and get more cards to see. Hashtag math. There you go. Chu is in a tight spot, yeah.
I mean, like I said, he's got that Tarkin's orders.
Did you just
so
show him his Jedi concentration when he didn't need to? He hasn't battled yet, and Ross just showed him he has a Jedi concentration.
So Jedi's concentration says if a battle is just initiated where you have a character armed with a lightsaber, characters may not be targeted by lightsabers for the remainder of that battle, I believe.
And, Johnny was very much looking forward to swinging a lightsaber with Dr. Evazan being there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that seemed to be part of his plan for sure.
Ross eventually goes, he peeled the battle planes.
Yeah, battle planes is in the lost pile.
Battle planes is in the lost pile.
I'm not sure it was a decision I'd agreed with, but he peeled that to a 4 drain a couple turns ago. That's Grand Admiral Thrawn. I would assume virtual gets added to mix there, and no battle takes place. Maybe partially because he saw the Jedi's concentration.
Well,
I'm not sure what that was about. Seeing the concentration, having that revealed.
Ross played it I think he thought it was just like if you both have characters armed with a lightsaber, it's an implication. I thought it didn't need the in battle, mentioned, but because I definitely, as soon as he put Kylo, he immediately showed that card. And Johnny's like, okay, that's great, but you don't get to play that yet. Oh, I see what you're saying, Nick. You should have waited to deploy the docking bay as the dark side player until light side plays battle planes. Okay, I think I know where you're saying that, and that's probably fair looking at it in retrospect now. So now Ross is training at the prison.
Jedi's concentration is, in fact, a response to a battle.
Yeah.
Did Ross just deploy to the prison?
Ross has had somebody there for a while. I think it's like a clone trooper or something.
Weird.
I'm gonna go pop your head out there and see what it is. Check the tape. That's easier for you guys, actually, than us. Like, I know when you go to the PC channel, you watch the live stream, but if you click videos, you can see the current live stream, and you can actually go back on it.
Can I do that from here?
You should be able to, yeah. So, this is the website.
No, this is Twitch app.
Okay, so go in that. Go to the Twitch app, that's fine. But instead of the stream, go to the channel. We go to just the channel of Star Wars.
Alright, in the meantime, Ross has ended his turn, I think, without a battle. So we're seeing a drain of 2 from Johnny up at the system.
Okay, I get what you're saying, Nick. Alright, so he's got Padme out there with Luke, so that's another Destiny 2 attrition. We'll see how Johnny wiggles himself out of this one, but it looks like there's no battle. So we know that Ross has the Jedi's concentration. It's a pretty crazy card to have spoiled for Johnny, because now he knows that these EPP Mauls and these EPP Kylos are less.
Another Phasma comes down.
With a trooper?
With another FN.
FN, yep.
And I'm sure that FN's got Luke squarely in his sights.
Just like last time.
No, I think Nick's just talking to himself.
You're watching with no sound, Paul. I guess you can't hear me hear us say this.
So we can make fun of him all we want.
Yes, yeah. Thanks, guys, once again. We're still in Game 3, Worlds.
All
Johnny
right,
Chu
so
versus Ross.
yep, we're in the middle of a battle here. Battle's been initiated. Johnny initiated against Ross's stack of characters here.
Used FN to...
Yep, FN has blanked Luke's text and stopped him from firing weapons.
But he didn't play the Jedi's concentration. Ross didn't.
He did not. So, 2 Destiny for Dark Side, thanks to Phasma's text. Light Side is getting a Battle Destiny and the Destiny to Attrition with Padme. So that is 9 attrition Johnny has going against Ross, which will probably be Padme and the droid.
Yeah, keep Corrin and Luke.
Yep, definitely not Luke. That's much for sure. And Padme's a 6, I believe, so her and the droid should cover 9.
Padme might even be a 7.
That card's too good.
She's
That
like a
card's
4/7,
always been too
I'm
good.
pretty Sure.
4/7, man. And she's ability 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Power
card, that
3
card's
ability
good.
4.
Card is quite good. Not quite as good as it was in Legacy, but still really goddamn
The
good.
Legacy version was a lot different than the current one because it used to ping damage for your
Yeah,
Skywalkers.
it used to be a pilot
And she was a pilot, yeah.
for whatever stupid reason.
Yeah. I don't know how she got. She was like a pilot for 1 too. Like I think she added.
Yeah, she even added.
Because there's some pilots.
I mean,
like,
who cares what she added? It was the ability 4 that
she
mattered.
could, and she was an ability 4 pilot. Yeah.
All right, so after the smoke settles on that battle, Light Side is left with Corrin and Luke, and Dark Side is left with just Kylo standing.
Sounds about right.
And we're getting some shuttling down.
So Tarkin joins the.
Yep, Tarkin and
and
Ozzel. So that Tarkin's got somebody to add with. Chirano is just chilling by himself up in space. We did see Ross pitch his Tantive 4 to a Force drain at some point earlier in the game, but
Yeah, I think
he
the only
very well
other-
may have another ship.
The only other ship I think I saw at some point was a Gold Leader and Gold One. I thought I saw it was. In
Yeah, I bet he's got something else. Whether or not it's in his hand or whether or not it's enough to even take on the Executor are questions I don't have the
Yeah.
answers for.
Yeah. I think when he lost the Tantive is when he conceded space. Because he's obviously not running like a home 1 type throne room here. So he's going to pay 3, or pay two uses of 3 to drain for
2 and 1.
2 and 1. Any idea how much time is left? I would wager about 15 minutes or less. I will see what we can come up with.
So we got another battle. Ross initiating against Chew this time, it looks like.
Corrin Horn got hit by Kylo's lightsaber.
And Kylo got hit by Luke's lightsaber. Darkseid draws 2, Tarkin adding 1. They're both pretty high. Looks like Luke's going to be dead this time, but
I think you're
Johnny Chew is also wiped off the ground.
right. Again.
Oh, no. I didn't see Ross's draw. Could be that Ozzel, or rather Tarkin's forfeit was enough to cover so Ozzel can stick around.
That'd be pretty huge for.
Yeah, that's a big
John.
deal, because to get that free drain of 2 in again.
And also ping 1 with occupation.
Occupation ping, right? I forgot that was even in play.
Yep. It's on the table. He hasn't actually done any damage off of it yet, I don't think. But it's been on the system for a few turns.
He should have done one on his last turn, right? Because Kylo survived that battle.
Okay. I think up until this last turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple turns where it was out where it didn't do a single.
Yeah, Ross has been pretty vigilantly clearing his guys.
This has been a good
So.
interactive game.
All right, I just heard Kim call time.
You just heard him call.
Yeah, I
time.
heard her call time
Okay, so
through
yeah,
the
we were
door.
actually a lot closer to time than I thought we were.
Yeah, I had a feeling we were getting low.
I guess those first few turns were a little slow.
Yeah, I mean, there've been a lot of
The
turns.
last few turns have been a lot more hectic and action-packed with all those battles and stuff.
So,
So this is definitely going to go to time. Right side
Since
started, so Johnny
Johnny
should get the
Chu
last
went
turn.
second, and I think it's his turn right now, so I think we're on the last turn of the game. So Johnny Chu has forced his 3 damage through from the ping and the drain. And I think they're just going to count it up now. I mean, play some used interrupts if you got them, but
Yeah, they both look like they're counting or, trying to figure out where this is going to be.
I'll step in there
It
and
looks
see
to
what
me
the
like
result
Johnny has
is.
a couple more forces from the sleeves and stuff. I can't really tell. That was a retrieval with Walkling, I think, by Ross to increase the diff.
Yes, the time has been called.
I just realized that the person who asked was the guy who's not listening to us.
Time has been called. They're counting life forces. Ross just fired his Walkling retrieval, and
saw
I
that.
think that the numbers I heard, Ross has 14 and Johnny has 15.
Ah, wow. So Ross is probably just frantically searching to see if he can get one more force back.
Yeah, Johnny Chu was the one who looked like he had a frantic look on his face, though, so I might have misheard. But yeah, that's what I thought I heard was 14 to 15. I mean, there's 5 in reserve for Johnny, and his force pile was about twice as big. Ross has about 1 card in force pile, 2 in used, and he's got a pretty thick reserve deck, though, but I think he double sleeves, so it could be a bit misleading.
Yeah, see,
those
you
double
never-
sleeves throw you off
You can never
sometimes.
tell just from looking at a stack of cards.
Makes 10 cards look like 15.
So, but it is Johnny's turn, right?
It's Johnny's turn, yeah, and this is going to be the last turn of the game,
Okay.
what with time being called.
So, I'm trying to think if Johnny has any way to do any extra damage. Or if he has a way to retrieve something. So he has a maul. He's putting maul out. Maybe he's trying to hope to cause some overflow. If he can swing Maul's lightsaber twice at, what is this? That's Obi-Wan? Or is that not Qui-Gon?
Yeah, that's Qui-Gon and Rey. Obi-Wan's at the prison.
So, but Qui-Gon has a destiny with Maul, though.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to limit the amount of overflow that you could potentially...
Okay, Ross just played a Wisa. I think Ross has some used interrupts in his hand.
Yeah, so the resolution of this one is still in...
Yeah, I think they're actually both at 15 cards right now. With that Wisa that Ross just played. So
Battles.
battling, hitting
Swing.
Qui-Gon.
He's going to swing back.
I don't think either player is going to be able to cause any overflow here, though.
Yeah, I just think it's going to clear the site.
Yeah, it's not going to affect the life force
That's
totals.
a hit on Maul.
I guess-
Oslo is forfeit 5.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Ross draws really high.
So
he
drew a
did draw
6
pretty high.
And
What's Ozzel's power? 2? 3? 3 power on Ozzel? 10, 15 for Johnny?
that was a handshake.
Let me go get
So
this.
let's go see what the resolution of that was. So did I hear correctly that Ross won by 1?
Yeah.
Because Johnny forgot
So
to
yeah,
grab that
those
Wisa?
counts I had earlier where Johnny had 15 and Ross had 14 were correct. However, Ross had 2 used interrupts in his hand, and it sounds like Johnny just forgot to grab a card, is what it sounds like.
Did he have enough
Yeah, he had a grabber available, I think.
force to grab it this turn? Wow. So if that's true, I mean that's a very tight game. Basically lost because of a grabber.
Yeah, I mean, the final counts were 16 to 15 in favor of Ross, so that is a time to win for Ross.
Okay.
Which, I mean, time win doesn't make any difference in this format, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
it
we're
used
doing strength of
It
schedule.
used to matter, but
Yeah.
it's not as...
It's probably for the better.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
there
so
you have
we're
it,
gonna
folks.
we're gonna
Johnny
hunt down and
Chu
get you a next.
taken down by Ross Littauer.
Yeah. So Ross now 3-0. Johnny Chu 2-1. Keep you updated. Go to the forums if you are looking for game by game updates. We'll get you game 4 as soon as we can.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Thanks for watching, guys. Hello, Star Wars players. We are back. This is Jerry, Queso Sauce 37 here. We are about to get ready for game 4. So almost halfway. Who's on top? Who's on bottom?
Tom is closer to us. I don't know how that translates.
Do you have my list and stuff?
We don't have it. We're not doing lists.
Do you want to know, like,
Well, tell us what you want.
just entanglement strippers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it the speed one or?
I'm running 6 tacos.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that 7 isn't right now.
All right. Cool. Thank you. No, Nick. The matchup is as you think. It's going to be Keith playing Hitco versus Tom playing Entanglements. I just don't know which player is going to be on which side. I think, ironically enough, like the player that's closest to us is on
Yeah,
this
I
side.
think you're right.
Keith is light.
Yeah, so I think we got Tom at
I
the
just
top
didn't
of
know
the screen.
who's sitting on which seat so I can label it correctly.
Hopefully this camera auto focuses at some point here.
Yeah, it does. It's weird, but it is kind of. It did look like maybe it got bumped a little bit.
I can do the text if you want to go work on that. He is the chosen one. It was Tom versus Keith.
You gotta make sure you're in there. Alright, so that looks better. Okay, so we got Keith playing. He is the chosen one, and he'll be on the bottom of your screen. And we've got Tom playing Imperial Entanglements. Surprise, surprise. And he'll be on the top there. I don't think Tom has played in a tournament with something other than IE in a long time, but he does know how to play other decks. He just thinks that this one's pretty good.
Not as well as he knows how to play this one, I'm
Yeah.
sure. This one he's got so much experience under his belt with. It's
Yep. And so Tom did kind of let us know that his build is the quicker trooper version of IE.
yeah. What did he say? He was running 6
was
of the
running
Admiral's Order.
6 of the tactical support.
Tactical support.
That's the
That's
one
what
that
it
lets
was.
you pull
Yeah, yeah.
troopers, right?
He says
so-
7 might not even. He was
He
thinking about 7.
running 7. So we're looking for speed IE here. So he's obviously trying to get a lot of troopers out, get occupation set up on the second turn.
Yeah, and just a bunch of damage in your face before you can react to it. This will be an interesting matchup. I don't have much experience myself playing with Hitco. He is the chosen one, but it
Yeah.
seems kind of like a main C thing, sort of like a throne room
It's
deck
basically
almost.
like it's a more fair version of TRM. It goes second, but you get to start the
You
JCC.
do get that JCC.
And so you
that-
don't have to run the pullers
That
for
crazy
that.
presence of the force thing that shuffles around.
Yeah. So Keith's gonna start. I feel the conflict with his objective. Walkling, like my father before me, and Insurrection Aim High. And Tom Kelly's got Imperial Arrest Order, Endor Shield, and Mobilization Points. Pretty standard IE start.
Yep, that's non-combo mob points too, right?
Non-combo Mom Points, non-combo
Getting
Arrest
that
Order.
big generation. Oh, showing us
He's
his
got
hand. We got a Vader with
Vader,
lightsaber, Imperial Barrier, Imperial Justice,
Garrison,
Stormtrooper Patrol. There's
There's
the
tactical
two tactical supports.
another trooper,
Corporal
and another-
O'Barrick,
so we
one of
got
the
two-
one of the
we got
biker
One
scouts.
sight in his hand, 2 troopers, a Vader barrier. We got Hera, evacuation control, Luke, and was that an Obi-Wan?
EPP Obi. Yep,
Yep.
it's funny. Both players have evac and justice in their opening hands.
so-
Not going to be a lot of Battle Destiny modifying going on this game.
Yep.
All right, looks like Tom opens with a mob point search, unsurprisingly. Is that a grabber? Yep, grabber comes out for Keith.
Yeah, it's like a signed,
Professor?
signed card. So he goes with the Goldenrod and the Grabber Shield. So Goldenrod would that be in this deck for Blizzard 4?
Yeah,
what
Blizzard
other-
4 would be one thing. Yeah, I can't think of much
Big
else.
loss in Hitco versus TRM is no Anakin and no EPP Qui-Gon. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, those are big losses. Yeah, you're definitely going to miss those personas a lot. So Tom
He's
went
gonna
ahead and
get
fired
his
both Endor shield
Executor,
pulls.
Admiral Piet, Admiral Oswald.
Yep.
Pretty standard.
Yep, pretty
you know,
standard
i.e.
turn one. Docking bay search, I think is what we're seeing now. He did all his pre-activation searching. Now he's activated and is doing his deploy phase searching.
So
Lot of searching going on in this
usually like
first
to
turn.
get like the Executor docking bay out first, and
Yeah,
a lot
yeah,
of times
definitely the
you-
Executor docking bay, and you
put
get your
Piet
Piet
there.
down there, gets your Admiral's orders.
And then there is that recent. This is not super recent, but IE can't play Admiral's orders in its first turn. Anymore.
Right.
And so that was when the trooper deck first came on. That was the errata that was given to sort of slow the trooper deck down.
Because they would use their Admiral's orders that made all their
The
non-pilot warriors deploy -1.
Yeah. And so now you can't play the Admiral's Order first turn. So I think this is the first time we've seen this trooper build at a high-level event since that errata. At least,
Yeah, we'll see how
correct me if I'm wrong, if you know out in chat out there.
we'll see how he's modified the deck
Kenobi.
to cope with that restriction.
So he's got Ozzel.
Oslo on the bridge of the Devastator and Piet at the docking bay of the Devastator. He takes his Admiral's orders into hand.
And it is intensified the forward
Yep, the
batteries.
non-pilot warriors to 1/1. Of course, as we said, he can't play it this turn, so maybe he tries to set up turn 2, or he's got that tactical support. We'll see if he plays
had
that
two
card.
tactical
Yeah, he has
support
2 of them. You'd think he'd play one of them. There it goes.
Yep.
Lose a force to take up to 4 troopers into hand from reserve deck, I believe is what that card reads.
Is it 3 or 4?
3 or
For
4.
some reason, I think it's just 3 troopers.
We'll get a quick double check on that. That's a Hoth card.
You guys out there on the chat know how many troopers tactical support takes in hand? Is
I'll
it
have
3 or
it.
4?
I'll have it in a second. Up to 3 troopers. Shuffle, cut, and replace.
So that's what he's doing now. He's getting those troopers. Got a garrison, and then looked like it was Major Bursk.
It's a Stormtrooper patrol, right? Not a garrison. A garrison is the maintenance card.
Oh right, yeah, sorry.
Stormtrooper patrol is the virtual
Yeah,
reacting
the
thing.
Stormtrooper patrol, not the Stormtrooper garrison.
So that's Sergeant Wallin, I believe.
Sergeant Wallin.
Deploys free to a battle you just initiated.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Stormtrooper garrison, or no, patrol,
Patrol.
and
I think it was Major Bursk, the Hoth guy.
Sergeant Major Bursch.
Yeah, I think it was Sergeant Major Bursk, but
Does he have a virtual version nowadays, or
I
is
don't think he does.
Sergeant Major Bursch is actually a special edition card, despite being a snowtrooper?
Yeah, he's a pretty fancy looking snowtrooper, so got the special edition.
I don't think it would be him. That doesn't really make much sense.
He's got a good Destiny armor, but yeah, I don't know. For some reason I thought that was the trooper. We'll see it at some point, I'm sure. So we put out Imperial Justice, and the most Espa docking bay did end up on Imperial Justice, along with a Gik combo, and I think another tactical support.
Yep, that's what that last card is.
So that docking bay is going to be kind of annoying, but I think there will be plenty of battles this game. So
So it looks like we are in Ross's turn now.
Keith's
Keith's turn, sorry, yeah, right.
pulling
Stuck in
his
the last
docking
game.
bay. So we got a Hoth Echo docking bay with Insurrection.
You got a turn for a minute.
Yeah. I would hope so. Okay. And Luke will come down to the Tatooine site, and he'll go get the lightsaber. plays evacuation control. His home 1 docking band's up on there along with a control tunnel vision and a Chewbacca with bowcaster. So both players have their Justice evac controls out. Luke is out at the Tatooine site, and we've got the Devastator with Ozzel on it. So I imagine next turn for Tom, he's going to try to get himself flipped. He's got all those troopers. Keith's probably just going to draw some cards and reinforce, and then, yeah, he looks like he's done. Yeah, so Keith ends his turn. It's back over to Tom. He's activating now. So like I said, this turn, I'm guessing he's going to want to go and get himself flipped, put a bunch of troopers out, get his Admiral's order to put all those troopers out for discount. And maybe he'll battle Luke, or maybe he'll go for the flip. Jan has gone to go pick up my lunch, so it's just me for a minute here, fellas. Alright, Keith plays a Wisa that he drew during his draw phase to grab the Boss Nash Chambers. So that'll come out next turn, keep his activation up. Yeah, Jan's back with the food. We can eat lunch.
Hard to commentate on an empty stomach.
That's right. So we got Luke down here. We've got
Okay.
evac control here, Justice here. So
This is Tom's second turn now. It looks like we're in.
This is Tom's second
Yeah.
turn, yes.
Getting a verification by Keith.
Yeah. Keith pulled Boss Nash Chambers during Tom's activate phase. That's what's out there. He needs to put it in his hand. He hasn't done that yet. I'm sure he will.
He'll figure it out eventually.
And so yeah, I'm guessing Tom's probably going to want to try to flip this turn with this crazy fast trooper deck.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, obviously turn 1 is a lot more difficult without the Admiral's orders, but now that he
Yeah,
can
so
play the Admiral's orders now
Play the
and
Admiral's
just
order, and he'll basically be able to
spam
put
out troopers like crazy.
be able to put out his troopers super cheap.
Yeah,
And
occupation and flip and
yeah,
just
I mean,
put that pressure on Keith, see how he is able to react to it.
yeah. I was wondering if he would try to battle Luke, but it seems like flipping would be easier and probably better for him.
Yeah, those little scrubs have trouble with the big mains sometimes.
Yeah.
I think oftentimes your better bet is just to kind of let them have their one site and you've caused damage at your other 5 sites.
Right, exactly. Make them chase you around. You're probably running multiple Gicks and stuff. Alright.
He's giving it some thought either way. Oh,
That was
here it
a
comes
EPP
straight
Vader, so
right
he is-
away at
he
Luke.
is
Yeah,
gonna go for
EPP
Luke.
Vader right in the face. Keith
Keith
reacts
pulls
immediately
the
with a weapon lev
weapon
shield.
lev shield.
Better safe than sorry on that one all the
Yeah.
time. If you got the
Yep.
shield pulls to spare, always go ahead and do it.
Because the Admiral's order. So then here comes some troopers, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you seem to be guessing correctly. We might be seeing some kind of giant Dark Jedi presence beat down.
That's true. Yeah, Dark Jedi presence would be a lot of power.
Yeah, combine it with Trooper Assault. Every guy's +2, then you double them all.
There's another
Yeah, I
trooper.
think that seems to be what Tom's going for.
Trooper Patrol. So yeah, they go for pretty cheap.
And the nice thing is he can still spread out and flip his objective after this too, so
Yeah, that's fair.
why not take the shot, make him have the gick,
The Hoojiks, yeah.
call it what you will.
I'm particularly attached to the Hoojiks.
I forgot, right? It's the bar. Some fries. All right, so battle's going on. Vader and Luke have both been hit. I did not catch a Dark Jedi presence being played. or a trooper assault rather is what I meant to say, because that one has to be a react to the response to the battle
I
with
feel like that one
initiation.
probably would have been grabbed. I don't see it grabbed.
Yeah, I don't think he had the trooper assault. He may have the Dark Jedi presence still.
So he's going to take Chewbacca into hand off of evacuation control. Tom took his docking bay off of Imperial Justice. I knew that docking bay getting stuck on there.
Yep, so no presence either. He's just putting a bunch of guys in front of him and trying to beat him down. The old-fashioned way. No fancy interrupts needed. So Keith has a resilience for his Luke, but that still doesn't deal with the battle damage that I assume he's looking at. There's the Hoojix, okay. I don't know what the exact number was, but I'm sure it was at least 10.
Yeah, it was a good battle, I'm sure.
Yeah, enough to make you burn your Hoojix. So Vader and Trooper Davin Felth are forfeited from Tom's side. Still leaves him with 3 troopers sitting out there. And since Tom does not have Coward in play, Keith has decided to go ahead and use his Walkling once per game retrieval.
To get the lightsaber back.
Get Luke's lightsaber back.
Corn.
So he's got Luke in his hand, lightsaber in the use pile, about to be recirculated. He can come back out with Luke next turn. And Tom does some move phase maneuvers, flips his objective, and passes the turn to Keith.
Echo docking bay and home one docking bay. Or he had to play Walkling for the Hoojix, okay. Hoojix. So then Tom flipped his objective by moving the Piat over from the Executor docking bay and moving a Trooper over. But that still leaves him pretty vulnerable at those 2 of those 3 sites.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's got Luke in hand and lightsaber in reserve deck.
No, the Walkling ended up retrieving the Hoojix.
Oh, they get the Hoojix. Okay,
But
good
I
call.
know
Good
Keith
catch. Yeah,
runs-
I wasn't sure.
I know Keith runs 2 lightsabers. So.
Thanks for catching that. I did miss that. It was the Walkling or the Hoojix that he retrieved.
Yeah, I think someone
Which
else,
is definitely, yeah, that's
someone else caught that.
that makes a lot more sense. That is a much better reason to burn your Walkling.
Got a Reuben?
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. This is a Reuben. It's on rye bread. That's
Oh
gotta
yeah,
be a Reuben.
that marble rye. Look at that. Alright, so looking at Keith's turn here, he's activating, counting his force pile, trying to figure out how he wants to navigate this turn.
So he definitely has places where he can attack. We know he has the Luke. Probably has the ability to get another lightsaber on him if he wants to. Alright, so yeah, sorry, we are trying to enjoy lunch also, because we haven't had any time. So if there's some background noise, we do apologize. So we got EPB Obi,
Coming down after Sergeant Narthax.
Narthax, I think that was the one.
That is, yeah, it's Narthax, not Bursch. I'm not sure if he's a virtual one though, because I was just looking at Narthax, and all he really does is make precise hit a used interrupt. So I'm not sure what his purpose is either. precise hit is
Jar Jar.
some kind of crazy tech I'm not aware of. The hotel bar.
Okay, so we got Jar Jar and Obi-Wan facing off at Mos Espa against Narthax. He gets +2 from Imperial Arrest Order. Yeah, I mean he's a trooper.
Yeah, I mean he's got reasonable numbers, I suppose. Oh wait, no, he's power -1 when not on Hoth, so I don't know. He is a non-pilot warrior.
Yeah. I think that's probably what it is. Just there's not
Yeah,
very
just
many
non-pilot warrior troopers.
that go along with the
Get hit,
Admiral's orders.
yeah, and work with Imperial Arrest Order.
Yeah. Seems reasonable. The Stormtrooper Patrol, that one just deploy as a react
Yeah.
to the battle. Alright, so light side battle, we had a Stormtrooper Patrol get deployed as a react. So now he's got Destiny.
So Obi-Wan hits Sergeant Narthax.
I guess you can try to use Jar Jar on the Stormtrooper Patrol.
Yeah, maybe prevent him from drawing Battle Destiny or something. What expansion was that Stormtrooper Patrol in? Was that
Ooh. I would think it might have been like 5.
5? It's been around for a minute now.
If anybody in chat knows which VSET Stormtrooper Patrol is in, let me know. We can look it up. No, not that one. I don't think. So Jar Jar stays at the site. Obi-Wan was lost. He plays tactical support, Tom Kelly does, to get more troopers.
Yes, the Stormtrooper Patrol just deploys as a react to a site. Makes sure the trooper's power +1.
Okay. It's B4 apparently.
Right as I found it.
Right as you found it, yeah.
Tom's pushing some damage through in his control phase here.
A little bit.
Doing a little sneaky peeky action with the objective. Looking at 2 cards, taking 1 into hand.
Be 3 cards for the 3 Saturn things.
Does it count locations or sites?
I think the system does.
System counts? Okay, so there you go. Learned something new.
I know I play entanglements more than you do.
Yeah. Played it against enough. You should think I know it by now.
There's Major Bursk. And another trooper, Elzik, or one of those Pipe
No,
Scout guys.
that's either Missick or Oberic, I'm pretty sure.
And Tarkin.
That's Tarkin, alright.
Is one of those guys a leader?
I think Bursk is a leader, yes. I'll do a quick verification on that, but I'm pretty sure Sergeant Major Bursk is a leader. Yep. Leader of the most brutal snowtrooper platoon in the Battle of Hoth. Brutal.
Brutal, man.
And let's see if we can't figure out which biker scout that is real quick. Nope, not you.
So I think he's trying to attempt to Jar Jar on Tarkin.
Yeah, I believe that is Corporal Oberk. Who honestly doesn't really do much.
Yeah, he's just a trooper.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like Narthax and Bursk. He's just a
He's a
unique
trooper.
guy
He
who's
can
got
be-
solid stats.
You can retrieve him. He's trying 2 destinies. One was a Marjade, one was Tarkin's bounty. Okay, so
Wait, so
I think it was just Jar Jar. Could we show old allies or rap next game? I'm certainly open to showing old allies or rap.
Looks like
we're gonna see.
Jar Jar kind of took it on the nose there. That's
Yeah,
a bunch
Jar
of
Jar
overflow.
got
That was about
overflowed
10 or
by-
12 overflow.
Jar Jar got ridiculously overflowed there for sure. I mean, Jar Jar doesn't even draw Destiny. I'm not sure what Emil is playing. I'm gonna try to get him on the next game, I think. He's been in matchups all 3 times that were either TRM or agents. So I could have picked him for this one, but he was playing against an agents player, so I was trying to get some different matchups on the stream. Otherwise, Jan and I are going to go crazy just announcing the same games over and over again.
Throne Room versus Agents again.
No need to be sorry, dude. Thanks for joining us for the stream, no matter
Yeah,
what you can do.
glad you can make it back.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get Emil or some of the Europeans coming.
Yeah, we
on the
definitely got to
next
get some
games.
Euros on here. Maybe Bastion or somebody.
Yeah.
See who's doing well. I haven't really been following the standings too closely.
Yeah, I actually have no idea who's doing well or not. Like, here comes Luke.
Hard to say what that is. Is that a patrol?
Probably. It might be just a stormtrooper patrol or. I got mine.
That does flip his objective, though, since Tom doesn't have any Dark Jedi on table.
Apparently, he spelled Keith's name wrong.
Oh, is it E before I?
Apparently, it's E before I, except after C.
Hmm.
Or K. What I meant to say. So we got Chewie and Luke battling. See, I can't tell who that is.
Lone character there. Might be Tarkin.
Yeah, actually, I think it is Tarkin.
Whoever he is definitely hit.
He's sliced and diced.
And he's staring at 14 power plus a destiny. So he might need that forfeit value he just lost.
So that's light side win battle. He had to stack a card on I Field the Conflict.
And he's got a Gick to deal with all that overflow, which is fortunate because there was a significant amount of it.
Yeah, you got to figure in a deck that runs so many troopers. You
Yeah,
gotta have a
yeah,
hit or
a deck
two.
that's designed to spread like that. Yeah, he's definitely running probably 2 of them
Yeah,
because it's such a great card, anyways. Canceling reacts and Nabron, and
yeah.
although not that Nabron's an issue when you start a rest order, but still,
It's just a good card. Cancels dodge. Cancels reacts.
he's gonna give us his hand.
He's gonna give us a whole hand. Dude,
Should give it
thanks,
somebody
man.
that needs it, like Werfs.
Yeah, give him the worfs. Well, we got hands. Ours are kind of broken in places, but you know.
Luke Skywalker, maybe he could use a hand.
Yeah, Anakin could use a. Thank you guys for your support once again.
We appreciate it.
This is Game 4. This is Jerry and Jan bringing you commentary for Star Wars Worlds.
And if you think we suck, tell us that too.
Yeah, you don't have to be nice to us.
Yeah,
We prefer it that way, but
we've
we
had
don't want.
plenty of other people that are interested in commentating, so I might step out in a few games here
Yeah.
and let some other guest commentators come in.
Yeah, man. I'm just happy to be here.
We'll
This is
see.
a lot of fun.
We'll see how the night takes us.
So that's the reserve deck verify. It's a bunch of troopers and a bunch of red cards.
Occupation.
A
And,
couple occupations I saw.
yeah.
Alright, so Tom is just gonna see what this deck does. Just throw down a bunch of troopers against Luke and battle him. Like, we've seen this story before a couple times.
Yeah.
So, I
He
mean,
just keeps asking the same question over and over again, and that question is, do you have Gick? I mean, Hujix, I'm sorry.
yeah. 'Cause, I mean, this was an empty site, and now there's 6 troopers at it. Like, so we'll see what Luke has in store for him this time. But I mean, we've already burned one Hujix. He did retrieve the Hujix immediately, so maybe maybe Keith Brown has a plan for this Hujix. Keith did
Oh,
take a
nope, there it
significant-
is, right there for
Yeah.
Battle Destiny. He has not gotten it back into his hand yet.
Or did, oh.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, Keith doesn't have any life
Yep,
force.
there's the game for you.
To answer your question, he took Overflow in that Jar Jar battle that was in the teens.
Yeah, that was a lot of overflow.
And then this trooper battle.
Yeah, I mean, he
just-
did it. He made a really smart play by burning that walking to retrieve the Hujix, I think, but he just was not able to get it back up
wasn't
into
able
his
to find his
hands.
escape pod
Yeah,
or get it back up. Yeah, so
and then just
a
beat
little bit of a
down
bummer
after
for,
beat down after
for
beat
Keith
down.
there, but Tom Kelly victorious. So I think he is now 3-1. Keith Brown I think moves down to 2-2. This game ended a little bit quicker, so we're gonna try to eat our lunch, and then I'll try to get you updated on what's going on and get you to the next round. Thanks, guys.
We'll be back.
Hello, Star Wars players. Sorry for the long intermission there, but it was good for the volunteers to catch some lunch and all that. Welcome back to our coverage
All
of
that.
Worlds 2018. We are about to get ready on Game 5. We will have Tom Haid and Emil Wallin. Tom Haid will be playing his light side deck. He was on with his dark side deck earlier, and this will be Emil's first appearance with his dark side deck. I believe the matchup will be QMC versus AOBS. Are you dropping?
Oh, well, it's always fun to watch Tom Haid play QMC. He is quite,
Yeah,
quite the
once
master
I
of
heard-
that deck.
once I wanted to get a European player on the
There
matchup.
we go. We got Tom at the top.
Yeah, once I heard we could get a European player on the matchup with a light side deck that we haven't seen yet, I wanted to get that. So that's going to be Tom Haid up top. Is that what we
Yep.
determined?
I just saw the
The
orange
Rebel flight
jumpsuit
suit.
sleeves are pretty
The
unmistakable.
Rebel flight suit sleeves.
Sounds like we're getting some more Echo again.
Echo base.
Echo base operations. Echo base garrison. Did you drop, Jeremy? Yeah.
What is this guy's name? Emil.
Emil Wallin.
With two Ls?
Sergeant Wallin, yeah. With an I, not an E.
I got it right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Jesus. You guys had me second guessing.
I couldn't
this
even spell Keith. I think I'm going to be able to spell Emil.
stuff. Right? Yeah.
Of course, Cat Wall likes the Echo base jokes.
Of course he does. All right, so we've got QMC from Haid. He'll be the top player. And the bottom player will be Emil playing AOBS. So this will be our first chance to see. We were kind of thinking about doing something like maybe Jan would go out there with his tablet and be on the Twitch chat if you want to jump in here, or vice versa, whatever. Okay. Yeah. You're on the Slack chat, right? Probably be easier just to do it that way instead of texts. Just send me like a direct message there, or G-chat or whatever. That way we won't have to. I mean, I have unlimited texts, but an app like that's probably easier. Slack or whatever you want to do. All right. So while these guys are shuffling up, yeah, I'll do it that way. I have that one. That's fine. No, just do the Google. just Google in it. All right. So they're just shuffling up. Like I said, Emil's going to be playing AOBS. Starting cards from, or starting effects haven't been revealed yet. So we'll see what Emil goes with. We've seen AOBS start Crush, and we've seen AOBS start Decree. That's kind of been the two variants that we've seen. It was Reed that started Crush, and who was it that started Decree? The Agents player, I forget.
Wasn't it Tom?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. it's Tom.
Same guy we're watching play his light side deck right now.
So, yeah.
But
we
yeah,
got-
the Agents is interesting because it doesn't really need those starting effect slots that badly outside of Shadows, because Shadows just pulls all your activation for you.
Yeah.
Like you don't need docking bays, you don't need any of that stuff.
So it's been cool seeing these
So-
variants. So we'll see what Emil has in store for us. Maybe his build will be a little different. So yeah, we got go Emil. Yeah, got some European love in the chat. I definitely wanted to get some Euros. It was between this game and Bastion's game, but Bastion's game was TRM versus AOBS. So I went with this one.
Let's see if we can't get Bastion on later.
Yeah, hopefully Bastion when maybe we get him on the next game when it's not a TRM agent.
He is playing very well, so he'll probably remain in the top tables.
Yep, he's known to play pretty well.
Yeah, this is unsurprising.
We got so many good players here.
It is a very stacked field.
When we have like Baroni is 2-2, and we
Yeah.
have Chris Kelly is 2-2.
I think last round we had Greg Shaw and Joe Olson playing each other at 1-3 was
Yeah.
their records.
Usually that would be 3-1 matchup.
Yeah.
So definitely a stacked field. All right, looks like we're about ready. So we got Wipe Them Out, all of them, Battle Order First Strike,
Oh,
and Shadow.
another new one.
We've had 3 different Agents decks and 3 different starting effects in that third slot. So we'll see
Yeah,
what
they seem to be pretty consistently starting Wipe
Wipe
and
and
Shadows,
have been-
obviously.
Yeah.
But that third effect, there's a lot of variation in it.
Yeah, that third effect has been 3 different ones in the 3 different games we've seen. So we'll see what Battle Order First Strike does for Emil here. See what. So far, I think the Decree one was the one that won out of the 2. Alright, so we're up to about 35 folks viewing on Twitch. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This is Jerry and Jan giving you the commentary.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the World Championship.
I like the back and forth from the Europeans and the Americans. USA, USA. Alright, so we got a grabber and a wise advice shield from Hade. Definitely knows that AOBS is going to be packing senses. Yes, I believe both of these players are 4-1.
Let me
Hade might
verify that for you real
Hade
quick.
might be undefeated, I'm not sure.
Emil is 3-1 and Hade is 4-0.
So yeah, Hade is 4-0 and Emil is 3-1. That's our records. Yeah, this is game 5. So we got this game and then 2 more after this. And what they've done this year with the
3 more after this.
with the tiebreaker. Yeah, sorry, 3 more after this.
Plus, we're probably going to cast a play-in game because I expect we're
was
going to
just
have a
about
couple
get to
play-in
that. Yeah,
games.
the tiebreaker situation is a lot different this year. After
That's not a virtual card, right? Balanced attack? I think he's just playing that to upload a general.
that goes and gets you
A general.
General Maydeen.
Yeah, it's just Destiny 4 pull a general. It does some weird stuff with like snub fighters or something.
And with Lightside getting a lot more general, we've got General Leia, we've got General Tadana, General Kenobi. And, like, that's a pretty good card now. With how many
Yeah,
characters
there's a
you
lot of guys that can pull. However, it looks like he's going with Crix Maydeen, an old school general.
Yeah, he is maybe use that to pull some cheap
Your,
scouts.
your guess is as good as mine, Yoshi. We do not have access to the deck lists at this point, so I have no idea what Emil's QMC deck looks like.
I
We're
guess
getting
we
a
can
little bit of a preview of it there as he
we can
fans
kinda
through it.
speculate, you know, based upon his nationals lists. But basically, Hade has been known to play 2 different styles of QMC. One where he concludes 1 copy of each individual card, known as the Highlander style, or his last version, I think, at the Nationals was a more refined version that had duplicates of the critical cards. So we'll see if we keep an eye out for duplicates, and then we'll kind of know if that's that style, or if we only see some interesting card choices that might be a symbol of.
Who's that guy?
Is that Yoxkit or?
I don't think it's Yoxkit. I can't quite make that card out.
Yeah, that card is that the 1-0 Cloud City site?
Oh, it's Radis.
Is it Admiral
It's the
Radis?
Deploy Zero guy, yeah.
Okay,
or
yeah,
whatever
Admiral
his name
Radis
is.
for free. That's pretty cool
Yeah.
for QMC.
I think Tom is just going for a really quick flip here. He pulled Harksef and the Overseer with Belden's Eye.
The effect that he put on Cloud City, right?
That's
Despot.
launching the assault.
So he's running the home 1 package.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then Crix Maydeen comes down to the guest quarters
So he
for the
has
flip.
flipped.
Yep.
Wow.
Get that quick flip, start pulling those cards. And that looks like a pull with Maydeen, I think.
That's Cal Alder, right?
Cal Alder. Yep, he's a scout. So he comes out with Maydeen.
They all move over to the 1-0.
Using the text there that can relocate between
He's going to use launching the
any
assault.
interior Cloud
Pull
City
the home
site
one.
and the hallway. Yep, and home 1 comes out of the deck with launching. Once per game pull.
That's a pretty good turn for Tom, where he's able to get flipped turn 1. QMC, that's not always the case. So
I mean, I think a lot of QMCs are built with that goal in mind, though, which is why they run characters like Radis
yeah, and being able to get Maydeen out
and Yoxkit
pull
and
another
these free
character.
guys.
Yoxkit, Cal Falsindros
Yep.
has been in that kind of deck.
The third character at that site is Cal Alder V. He's kind of like a dark side Greedo, where they got to pay for weapons.
So we got another site coming
And he's a
down.
scout as well, so he was pulled with Maydeen's game text.
So dark side on Coruscant, we have the system, we have the sewers, and we have the. Is it the uplink station or the palace? Oh, yeah, he's
That
got the other
looks
one
like
out
the
now.
uplink station.
I don't think we have the Imperial City yet.
It's interesting that he pulled the sewer, I believe, with his Shadows pull and moved Shizor there instead of pulling the Palace to move
Yeah.
him there for free and pull another site, which, I mean, I suppose could be just because the Palace was activated, perhaps.
Oh, looks like there was a card with a cold feet or something out of Emil's deck. Yeah, Cal
Yeah,
also
I believe he does
protect
protect
versus
against Ellis, yes.
They can't Ellis to or from his location, I think is his game text regarding that.
Yeah, he's quite a good card, that Cal Alder. I mean, everybody knows how good Greedo is, but Cal Alder's kind of the light side version.
Doesn't deploy with a react, though, which is...
I think he does.
Oh, does he? Okay. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that card as I should be.
He doesn't see as much play as Greedo, I think, because he's not a bounty hunter.
Alright, so we got Harksef, Overseer, and then that stacked site. The Vigo goes down for Emil this turn. And I imagine this is probably going to be the... So he's running the Emperor, not the...
The Emperor.
So...
Oh, man.
We can
So,
pull the text up on that one.
what he does, I don't need to. If he's with, I believe, with the Emperor, I'm sorry, with Vader or Shizor, he adds 2 to attrition globally.
Okay. Yeah, he's got it. Okay, so that's definitely a different
And
sort of...
and Luke's not on table.
That's a different version of the Emperor than most AOBS builds that we've seen lately. Most of them are just running the Destiny 6 Emperor, and a lot of copies of him because he's Destiny 6. So this is definitely an interesting sort of matchup. And now he's got the Emperor, and the Vigo is alone at a site. The Emperor is alone at a site. Okay, now he's moving the Emperor over. Okay, so he's got the Shizor alone at the sewers, and then the other 2 guys are alone at one of the other sites.
Yeah, it looks like the Palace.
Yeah, okay.
So,
we
like I
got
said,
Space
Emperor's
and-
text only works when he's with Shizor or Vader, and Luke is not on table. But if that criteria is met, then he adds 2 to attrition against opponent at all other locations. All locations, including his location, not other locations.
Alright, so we'll see what that Emperor does for Emil in this game. Remember back in Legacy, that Emperor was the virtual
The Gemperor, as he was known.
Yeah. He would he had a built-in Force Lightning effect.
Play on the name of his designer.
Mike Jam.
So,
Hopefully he's out there watching us since he's not here. Shout out to Mike if you're watching. Do I know if Mitch Nealand won his last game or his record? We'll look that up for you. If you have access to the forums, that's where we get our information.
yeah, they're doing pretty good updates on the forums. Kim is definitely staying on top of things.
Greatest. I think that is. Hey, I think that is Mike. I knew I could get you to chat around with us. All right,
What's
so
up,
we got
man?
another pull from Nadine. Is that Sabine? Or
That does look like Sabine, and I think she is a scout. And she has ability less than 3. Wow, yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, Sabine
I
is-
never made that connection
Sabine is
before. That's
strong.
awesome. Yeah, she's a great card.
oh, so apparently that record is not on there, is what you're saying, Adam. We'll do our best to find that out for you. All right.
I know I talked to Brian just before this game. He said he was 1-3, so I think Mitch probably beat him.
Brian Mishke or Brian?
Mitch Nealand, that's who he was
Oh,
asking
okay,
about,
so-
right?
Yeah. Who was he playing against?
He was playing against B-Fred,
B-Fred.
and I know B-Fred is at 1-3, so
Okay. So maybe that is a good. Maybe if B Fred is 1-3, there might be a good chance that Mitch beat him.
yeah, I
last game.
expect so.
So okay, we'll look into that for you.
In the meantime, a Corellian Corvette has joined the fray at the system.
Korean Corvette. So that's to get some extra utility out of the Admiral Radis that he's already running.
Does Radis have synergy with the Corvette?
Radis, I believe, pulls a Corellian Corvette.
Oh, okay.
A non-unique
There you go.
one.
Makes
or
sense.
or the Rogue One ship once per game. Is that a foil Corvette?
It's Tom, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the rarest.
Yeah,
Star Wars
those are very
cards,
hard to
so.
come by, but I guarantee it's a foil Corvette, given that this is Tom Hayden we're looking at here.
It's always good to see those out and getting use, because I've never owned either the ISD or the.
Yeah, they're neat cards. I don't think I have either. So Sabine deploys to the hallway there.
And that's Ray.
Ray
joining
up on the Corvette.
So we'll get a use pile pull from Ray. Is QMC a deck you might want to play Ray with lightsaber in, or is just the other Ray too good?
That's a good question. I think the other Ray is just that use pile pull, and she's a better pilot.
And
And
that is.
EPPs aren't really what you're trying to do. I
Who's
think
that
with you.
character?
That's
Looks like-
Rose.
Okay, it did look like Rose. Okay.
So he can get some retrieval going with her, although I believe she has to be at a battleground. So right now she's not threatening to retrieve anything.
And one interesting thing about Tom Hayde flipping that early is he's not able to use his objective to get any more sights out, except for
Right.
the docking bay.
Right, but he is pulling any card he wants
Yeah,
from force
and-
pile every turn now, which he did last turn. I wasn't able to catch what card he pulled, but
Yeah, so
he's
there's
just going to start building his hand, especially with that force pile pull and then the Ray used pile pull. He's and he knows this matchup. I'm sure he's just picking out the cards he's going to need.
Just setting it up.
Yeah. So pinging for 2 with the objective, since Shizor and Emperor occupied different battleground locations. And looks like he's spending for a drain of 1.
So the Harkstaff lost to the drain. Is that a Tarkin's bounty?
I'm sure it is.
Tarkin's bounty. That Destiny 5 tunnel vision that
Yeah,
we've seen in
it's-
every game so far.
It's quite a strong card just for that force pile pull.
Yeah, I don't say we really have anybody who's ahead. I think this is the dark side player's third turn,
This is the dark side player's second turn,
second turn.
I'm pretty sure. No, third turn, you're right.
Yeah, I think it's the third turn.
Yeah, dark side went first, so
So
second,
here
third turn.
comes boss. Yeah, we're not used to dark side.
Yeah,
players.
this is it's
The
unusual
second
here.
time so far today. All right, so we got Bosk, and
Yep.
now he does have the
Setting up
shadows
his shadows ping.
occupied, so he can start pinging, I believe.
Yeah, I think Emil's really trying to put some quick pressure on him with splitting up Shizur and the Emperor to get the 2 ping from the objective instead of 1, and then just immediately going into the third battleground, getting shadows going. And he's probably not going to stay there. He'll probably consolidate his forces.
Yeah. What was that card that he lost to the shadows ping? I can't really tell what that card in the lost pile is.
Yeah, looks like it's got something written on it.
Yeah.
It's an interrupt. Rescue in the clouds, perhaps.
I don't think there's much. It's a capital ship, which you need for shuttling guys up and stuff. It's just since it's pulled by Radis.
Yeah, I think it's mostly because it's pulled by Radis, but also it's got great stats. I mean, it's deploy 4, forfeit 8.
Yeah, I mean it is Destiny 1, which can be a little annoying, but if you pull it with Radis and then you use it in a deck like QMC where you need spaceships anyway.
Yeah, and as I said, it's got pretty great forfeit, and even the power to deploy ratio is also quite good. Tons of pilot and passenger spots.
Yeah, you can put Poe on there, and all of a sudden it's 2 battle Destiny and immune nutrition less than 5. It's pretty good. For
Like
a two-card
if the
combo.
Tantive 4 wasn't a card, you might even see Corvettes being played in place of it.
Fair enough.
Probably not, though.
Something like the Spiral.
But yeah,
Maybe that would get a little more
Yeah, exactly.
redemption.
Capital ship with decent stats you can throw
Yeah.
a bunch of guys on.
So Fanfare Shield comes out and he's using it to pull Shizur's bounty.
Unsurprisingly.
A lot of that we've seen today.
We'll see if I'm curious to see if he consolidates or if he stays at 3 battlegrounds to keep pinging in Tom's turn.
That will be interesting.
Looks like he's staying at 3 battlegrounds. He moved the Vigo over with Bosk, so he's just got 7 ability, 4 ability, 3 ability.
Yeah,
Just
so
enough to
one
draw
thing that
Destiny at each spot.
Tom probably wants to do is to get Luke out, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And stop that ping damage.
I'm curious what persona of Luke Tom is running. I think he has a kind of retrieval-based QMC where he uses Rose and Farm Boy
So
Luke to just get lots of retrieval, so
Farm
it may
Boy
be
Luke
Farm Boy, but...
Or Young Skywalker.
Oh, here comes the Nellis.
Okay, a neighbor leads from Tom.
For 5.
5, all wings combo. So that's
One per character, probably. Sending that whole stack over to Coruscant. Yeah, the one ability is definitely probably the weakest point of the Corvette. Yeah.
My bad.
It's a good point that Dutch
But like you
Vader
said, with
raises.
the Hark Staff or any other pilot would then immediately make it. So he's still figuring out the neighbor, or maybe he's going to cancel it.
Well, yeah, the way Neighborhood works is you draw Destiny and pay the cost before the opponent has a chance to respond
he's
to
gotta
it.
grab the
So it
neighbor,
could still be canceled after you pay
and
that
then
5
we'll
force.
see if Emil has he's got a get combo in hand.
Yeah,
for
he
sure.
does have a get combo in hand, so he very much has the option to cancel this if he wants to and have Tom just waste the 5 force he just spent.
So, I mean, I can't think of any reason why he wouldn't cancel it.
But that's
Oh, and they're just going over there.
okay in the control phase, which
Now Rose is
lets
at
him drain
and
at the site
retrieve.
in the system without paying, retrieve with Rose.
So, I guess Emil didn't cancel the neighbor because he wasn't going to threaten a beatdown. It was basically just Tom wanted to do some damage, get some retrieval.
Yeah, that's an interesting play by Tom.
Yeah, so we'll see how that play goes in the rest of this game.
That was certainly not what I was expecting.
No, there's always thinking with your stomach. That's always the card I like to see.
Not doing much good in this
Not
matchup,
doing
though.
much good in this matchup, but yeah, something that you have a defensive shield against.
You never know. Maybe QMC does end up going to Coruscant eventually. But
So I think he's using Maydeen to pull a scout.
yeah, I think so.
There's
Oh, there's the
Rebellion's
Luke.
Hope
It's
Luke. Okay, so maybe does he run? That should flip the objective for Emil.
yeah, that'll lessen that damage a lot. Anyways, this is Andrew Moss's virtual card, this Luke, and
General Leia.
I kind of forget
comes
what it
down.
does.
So what that Luke does is, well, he's armed with a rifle, or when he's armed with his hunting rifle or piloting Red 5, he adds a Destiny to power to attrition. So he's kind of similar to the old Luke, strong in the
Okay.
Force.
He also makes Run Luke run a use interrupt and is immune to less than 4.
Yeah. So he's got General Leia out now, and Luke. He's just got that huge stacked sight. And he loses a balanced attack off the top to the Shadows ping from Emil.
And then a rescue in the clouds off the top to the Shadows ping in Emil's turn, I believe.
Okay.
Or maybe that was a force drain, actually.
I think it is Force.
Yeah.
Now we're on Emil's turn. And Obi-Wan off the top. If he sets up Rose in Celebration, he'll do 2 and then retreat. So yeah, so
He's
he
going to
has-
need another battleground site to set up Celebration.
Yeah, that's the thing, is he needs to get another site out, whether it's the docking bay that he could pull from reserve deck if it's in there, or if he has to use a keeping the Empire out forever pull to find one of his other sites. Because he flipped that first turn, so he wasn't able to then fish out any other sites. So we'll see how he gets those other locations out so we can set up.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how many sites he's running.
I mean, he usually runs like 3 or 4 sites. You
That's
know?
standard, but
Yeah.
you never
You
know
This
with
could be
Tom.
a quirky, give up less force build.
Just turtle at 2 locations and retrieve 2, damage 2.
Yeah. It could also just be like you said, what his matchup or his game plan is against AOBS. It's the way he has figured out. It's the way for him to win. So we got Zuckus and Miss Hunter. I imagine what Emil's looking to do here is get a Black Sun agent up there so we can turn the Coruscant system into a battleground.
And stop paying for battle plan.
Yep. And the parsec difference from Coruscant to Bespin is 6, so
Yeah.
not too many ships are going to be able to go back and forth.
None of the ones on table currently. Yeah, see, that's what I was wondering. Dutch Vader says he only plays the 2 sites in the docking bay. And the docking bay is pullable by the backside of the objective. Yeah, program trap. That'd be a big stack of cards going to the lost pile.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing Emil plays, or sorry, Tom plays their tracking us.
Oh, yeah.
The one with Vader. Yeah. The other one has Maul on it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for your help. He top decked Home Run War Room earlier. I know a lot of times Tom has run 2 copies of the Home Run War Room. There's the docking bay.
Yep, so I expect we're going to see Celebration coming down this turn. Interesting that Emil just played the Zuckuss and didn't put a character up there.
Yeah, so it's still not a battleground.
Yeah, so he's still not at a battleground system.
That's Pukamir. So that adds to your drains at Cloud City.
And there's the Celebration.
So yeah, we've got Celebration set up and Row set up. So now, as it stands, he could retrieve 3 a turn. I imagine he'll probably move some guys over and have 2.
Yeah, we'll see if he spreads the 2 sites or just consolidates at the 1. Because as Rolling Snakes points out, it's very difficult to trigger a program trap when there's more than 5 or 6 characters there.
Yeah.
You gotta, I mean, almost impossible unless you're doing something zany like trying to sense with Hunt Down Untable.
Or yeah, or
Where you're adding 4 to the draw.
entire legion of my best troops to add 2 to your
Yeah.
7 blasters. Alright, so let's see what else Tom has in store.
Looks like Tom's got about 5 cards in his hand, so he's getting a little low.
You think, TV, that Emil's not going to win this one? I think it's still pretty... They haven't had any battles yet. They really haven't interacted too much with each other. So, I guess it was... If it keeps going like this, it's who's going to win a drain race, and maybe you're right. Maybe Tom Haid would have that advantage with all his retrieval.
Ayla Sakura?
Or is it yeah, it did kind of look like Ayla. Or it kind of maybe looked like, that's, Elor's Madak type guy, maybe?
Oh yeah, the pilot instructor. That's quite a good character just for having that Corin Horn style text on her.
Adam says something about when you were playing at Worlds and you tried to thermal detonator.
I don't know. I've tried the thermal detonator so many times, they all kind of run together. I take it didn't work.
Yeah, tried. Is usually a
Yeah,
good
tried doesn't sound good. Uh-oh, is Emil getting Monarch or Grimtashed here, rather? Looks like just a used one, though.
It's a Grimtash combo. Yeah, I mean, they make some good points. I would never count out.
Sensing.
Is he sensing the
yeah,
Grimtash?
sensing the Grimtash, which Tom didn't pay for, so I assume it was a used Grimtash. And Emil peels 2 cards to do or do not.
Yeah.
Slash there is no
Both
try.
of the sense shields are out for Tom. Both wise advice and do or do not.
Are they both out? I don't think. Oh, they are.
Yeah.
He put the
I think he has to do that last turn. He's got weapons display also.
Grimtash combo in lost pile, but maybe he just lost it to a drain after
Yeah,
it
he
went
lost
used.
it to the Shadow Spring or something
Yeah,
like
something
that.
like that, perhaps.
He also lost a barrier. Luke off the top.
IG-88 goes aboard Zuckuss. He's a Black Sun agent,
So
so he's
now-
going to go ahead and add a light side icon at
So
that
now he's
Coruscant
got that
system.
satisfied. I mean, it looks like they're going drain race against each other
Yeah,
here.
there's not been a lot of interaction.
Yeah, I was hoping it'd be a little more battling on.
I think we'll probably see Emil come after the system. I'm not Emil, I'm sorry. We'll see Tom come after Emil's system now that it's a battleground.
With the home one.
Home one, yeah.
Akbar,
Home
Hammer,
one,
stuff
or
like that.
Profundity maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I expect Akbar is going to be involved somehow. We'll see.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. Rolling Snakes. I think if they drain race it, it looks pretty even. I'd say they've both had to put a fair amount of cards on the table to get to this point, but maybe Tom's put a couple more cards in terms of characters.
Yeah, I think Rolling Snakes is right. In this board state, Emil wins, but I don't think this board state's going to last. I think it's going to come down to whether or not Tom can kick him out of space. And if he's not in space, then there's no way Emil wins, I think.
Yeah, if Emil can solidify Coruscant, get the fist going, gets a couple characters up there, then he could stay there. But I think you're right. If Tom uses this turn to disrupt Coruscant's system, then that could go real bad for
So
Emil.
we'll see what Tom's able to do here.
Especially if Emil runs Voyeur. He has been known to run Voyeur.
Yeah, so Voyeur's an interesting card that has been popping up in some Black Sun lists lately. And I think it looks at their use pile and makes them lose a force for each copy of an interrupt that you name.
So if you have,
I think you name the interrupt before you look, but
yeah, they have 2 or 3 Wisas in there.
I'm not even sure if this card is in Emil's deck or not, but we'll talk about it briefly.
I mean, there was that one card that used to, like, back in Dagobah, it would flip the use piles over so you could see. It was like polarized negative power coupling.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, it was an effect that played on tables.
Yeah, so you could be like, oh, I know there's 3 of those in there, so I'll just say that. It was fantastic. Guri. Yeah, Guri would be key in space for sure to defend against the home run. So, I mean, this turn, Tom is going to have to do. He's going to retrieve with Rose, retrieve with Celebration. And then we'll see what Tom does with. I mean, we're guessing home 1 could come out this turn. I'm not sure if he has enough force for it.
Yeah, I don't know if he will have enough force, but like I said, maybe the Profundity, some Poe Dameron or Akbar or something.
Masterful move combo. I think we have seen a masterful move combo.
Yeah, that is a good question. I'm not sure if Emil runs that card or not.
We don't have the deck lists,
But
you know.
even if he does, though,
We try
like
to
you
keep
need
it straight.
2 of it because the Celebration just gets retrieved by Walkling, and sometimes they play 2 Celebration, and it just keeps coming back out, and it can be frustrating.
So he does have the other Emperor as well.
Yeah, he does. It's interesting mixing it
That's
up like
just the one
that.
that he got first, and he just put him out because he knew it wasn't going to be a big deal.
Yeah, it is the Emperor. And he's not really doing much because his text needs to be with Vader or Shizor to do anything. So he's just kind of sitting there being immune to attrition. And
Adding an icon.
he was pinging for a little bit, but now Luke's on table. That's over.
At least he's getting the shadows pings.
Yeah, if he's playing Masterful Move Combo, the only reason it would be in there is for Celebration.
And I see a Lando. If he
Okay.
has enough to put both of those out, it would be.
I think
pretty-
Tom has plenty of force. So let's see.
That would be like 17
He's getting
force. so.
6, 8, plus 4. He's getting 12 a turn. He had a couple saved.
All right, here's Lando going up against the Emperor.
Okay, so he's going to the sights.
So we'll see if he has a Force Lightning. That's a barrier. So Lando gets barriered.
Yeah, I think the pressure is definitely on Tom a little bit to try and disrupt Emil. I mean, it's not a crazy amount of pressure, but yeah, he
Ships
needs
can't
to do
move,
something
so
about this board
He's going to have
state.
to go with the home 1 to the system or whatever other ships he has. So we'll see. Lando got barriered. We'll see what else Tom had in mind for this turn. I mean, I'm sure he had to expect a barrier or a Shizor's Bounty. So, like,
Well, Shizor's Bounty actually can't be played on the Emperor.
yeah, but I mean, wherever he was going to go.
Yes,
on
I mean, I wonder if
Coruscant.
that's part of the reason he attacked the Emperor instead of one of the other 2 sites, is
Yeah.
so the Bounty wouldn't be a factor.
Yeah. Now it looks like he's just
All right, so
moving.
Tom's spreading out a little bit. He's going to be able to force a little more damage this way with Pusimer's text, because that 1-0 site, he can actually drain for 1 there.
Yeah, that is. I know Tom. Emil does have a Probot in hand, so he could.
So he can attack there
could
if he
go
wants.
to that site if he wanted to. Yeah. So he's gonna go ultimate spread, or is he just gonna go to the other site?
We will find out shortly. The suspense is killing me.
I hope it'll last.
All right, so he goes to the docking bay. He has to pay to move to that site because it's not interior. Looks like he's spending a force for Lando's maintenance cost, which implies that's the end of his turn there.
Yep. We got almost 40 people watching on Twitch. Thanks, guys, for joining us. We're still in the middle of Game 5. We got this one and 3 more left for today, at least.
Yeah,
Probably some
we'll
play-in games.
probably cast a play-in game if there is one, which, given the number of players we have, I would be pretty shocked if there wasn't.
Agreed.
And that'll be a very exciting game because, you know, that's
It's winning it.
win
That's
one
the
game
playoff
and you're in the
you know?
top 8, yeah.
So,
I kind of like this new format we're trying out this year.
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Definitely be. I mean, we're gonna end up staying up till like midnight or something. That's the one thing I'm a little worried about. But
Yeah. We got started late, and there's been some extra time between rounds.
yeah, well, you know, that's Star Wars for you.
The home one's in the loss pile.
And the Hunt
And HCF. Okay, so maybe attacking in space is not Tom's plan.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the way they're doing it this year is every player who has a record of 6-2 has a chance to make the top 8. So if you're 7-1, 8-0, you're guaranteed in. Then there are going to be X number of spots left, right, after the 7-1s and 8-0s are in there. Say there's 5 spots left and there is 6 players at 6-2. So then in that case, you got to get those 6 players down to 5 players. So the 2 6-2s with the worst record.
Or strength of schedule.
Strength of schedule, yeah, that's what I mean. Whatever the tiebreaker we're using is, they're going to play in for that last spot. Or if there's 8 guys with 6-2 records, and there's 6 spots available for them to fill, then they're going to have 2 play-in games. However the math works out. So if you make it to 6-2, you can expect to have a play-in game, unless there is like an absurd number of 6-2s, and there's not enough space for half of them to make it. Then some people aren't going to have a chance to get a play-in game. But yeah,
This is the first time we're trying it, so we'll see how it goes.
Yep. And then they're also structuring day 3 differently in that instead of first seed playing the 8th seed and 2 playing 7 and so on, they're just going to randomize the top 4 players, 1 through 4, and they're going to randomly play against somebody from the bottom 4 players, the 5 through 8s. So it kind of takes away some of the teching for certain opponents and makes it more of a
Also,
pure
I think,
pick the
yeah.
best deck to play kind of
A
thing.
lot of times you end up getting like teammates playing against each other, in that first round, and it's like
Yeah,
it might still happen, but at least there's a random chance that it might be a little different. So now we've got Afra coming down from Emil.
for free.
We have seen, I think, a thermal detonator in Emil's hand. Did someone mention that?
No, I
Or
think-
is that a different?
I think they're still talking about.
Talking about something else.
I don't
okay.
know. It would be good here though. You can't deny that.
Yeah, no, because you can blow up one of these sites that has so many characters on it, and that would definitely be good.
Emil retrieved the Probot
There's
into
Django
hand
Fett,
when
so
he played
has
Afra.
the Destiny against
Yep.
Lando. So and Dengar. So we'll see how this goes for Tom. If he's got a way to get out of this, whether it's a trap or even just a good old-fashioned Hoojix.
Yeah.
And remember that Emil did start battle order first strike. I think it got slid off the
Right,
screen.
right.
So
Good.
keep in mind that the interrupts will cost more.
Good call. And battles are free to initiate.
Battles are free.
So I think we're battling now.
I would guess that would be the case.
And I think that P59 is maybe a weapon destiny. Or I'm not sure what P59 is doing there, honestly.
I don't know what P59 is doing there. Is he at the site? We'll look into that. P59 got buried. Okay, thanks, Rolling Snakes. So he got shot with Dengar. Lando did.
Oh, there is a thermal detonator.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's Jedi Jer helping us out on site here.
Yeah, Jeremy is sitting in the next room over listening to the stream so he can answer any of our random questions.
Yeah. Hopefully he can see you guys in chat, and if you have questions about which card's which,
Looks
you
like
can just
Hayden's
chime
draw
in.
the R2D2 in red 5 for Destiny, though.
That's
so
a nice draw.
That's a 7. So that makes a power 13 Lando.
Did Lando retrieve a card?
Lando did
I
retrieve
missed,
a
yeah.
card, I'm pretty
nice. So he's even more power.
It's a strong Lando.
Probably on crack or something.
At least a couple Colt 45s. You know that Billy D. Williams' real name is William December Williams? I mean, that's just amazing, right?
Is that what the D stands for? I never knew
Yeah,
that.
December. Yeah. Looks like no Hoojix from Hayes, so we're going to start peeling cards. Ooh, I can hear him from the next room over getting peeled. Oh, no, those are activated.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was activating. I don't think he had that much battle damage.
So, yeah, that Lando should have been... The Lando was very high power. It was at least power like 50.
I think he did peel a couple.
Yeah,
But
rescuing the clouds. But I mean, with the barrier and drawing the 7, that could have gone a lot worse if he didn't have the barrier and then the 7 for the... So I believe you're right, Ketwall, that Emil should be ahead. But Tom does have celebration enabled.
yeah, Tom's now
and Rose.
retrieving
He's retrieving
3 a turn and threatening 5 a turn. Like, that's tough to keep up with.
So... Yeah, and then Emil's doing...
But
you know,
Emil's
drains
got a
of
lot
1,
of little
2,
drains
3,
going on,
4,
plus that
and then
Shadows
the
ping.
Shadows ping, so, effectively 5 a turn, and then 1 on the other turn, so 6 damage.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, yeah, he also has the Cloud City
Yeah, that's a
side, too.
drain too. I have a feeling we might see Emil contest that one. I was really expecting Emil to go to... I'm not keep mixing these guys up. I'm sorry. Tom. I was expecting Tom to go to space.
Yeah,
the
I was
Chorus
surprised about losing the Huntry and the Falcon.
And the home one,
and the
yeah.
home one.
I
Maybe
mean,
he didn't have enough
yeah,
to
it just
play.
might not have the resources to get it out. Could be the case.
Lando was 15 versus Emil's 18, so he had to kill Lando in 3 in that battle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not too bad.
It could have been worse if he didn't barrier P59, because then he would have gotten hit with P59, lose 2 more.
Yeah, and plus that's 4 more power.
Yeah. Unita to get
I think it was General Kraken.
Little Kraken back in hand. Tom retrieved the Huntry and the Falcon. Alright, thanks, Jeremy.
Still, HCF on its own isn't going to do anything against Zuckus.
Yeah, HCF doesn't get around Zuckus
No.
in terms of the ability 6, so you would need more than that. Here comes General Kraken.
After the Emperor.
Yep. And he's going to move over to the Imperial city, or square.
Interesting. Isn't General Kraken a spy?
I know Colonel Kraken is a spy, but
Colonel
did he
Kraken
lose
is.
his spy when he got promoted?
I didn't think so, but we'll check into that. Just got to figure out which one of these PDFs I got to look at.
Dutch Vader seems to believe that General Kraken is not a spy, but then Ketwall says he is, so...
I still haven't found the PDF.
So it looks like all that Tom did was just play Kraken and then move. It's General Aryan Kraken.
I think he might be set 5.
I think he's like set 1 or something.
See that old?
Yeah, he might even be set 0.
No, he wasn't set 0. Or was he?
You should just load up GIMP instead of this PDF.
I don't have GIMP on. I guess I do. It's
Just
just
the
a web
website.
browser thing.
Not a spy, says Jeremy.
Huh. Well,
Yeah, we were just... I
take
know
his word for it.
Kraken as a...
He's a
As
scout,
regular
scout and the leader, I guess.
Well, when you get promoted, you don't have to do all that shady
Yeah,
stuff
he's-
anymore, so...
He's got that nice.
It's-
He's
it's
riding that desk.
below his pay grade.
Yeah.
you know, so. All right, so this one, we were hoping for some more interaction, but I think we're just going to get a straight
Yeah,
train
it looks like we're
race.
just getting the drain race is what we're getting. And I think it's Emil's turn to cause damage here. Or did we already get past his control phase while I was fiddling with
Yeah, I think he
PDFs?
was dealing with that while he was doing his damage. But yeah, this one looks like it's going to be a tight race, but if they just go race mode, I have a hard time seeing Emil losing. Because he's doing a couple more damage, even with the retrieval. Eventually, Tom's not going to be able to pay for all that retrieval. And then just go to the deck builder. And then you can just search.
Yeah. Cool. That'll be way easier.
Yeah, a weird doomed loop would be a good thing for Tom. That could help.
I don't think R2 or 3PO is on table, so rounding.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
He does
you
have
have
the R2D2 in red 5.
Yeah, you'd have to get one of those guys on table to round down to make it really effective. Otherwise, the ones are still going to be ones, which are most of the damage Emil's doing is a 1.
Yeah.
Here
thermal
comes the detonator.
Which bounty hunter was that?
Zam, I think.
Zam Wessel?
Zam is a great person to have the thermal detonator on because the player, it's competing automatic action, so the player whose turn it is decides what order the cards are lost in, so you can make all their leaders lost before Zam is, and they have to lose 2 for each one.
Oh, wow. There is a couple leaders there.
Yeah,
So
I
this
mean,
could be,
Leia's a leader.
This could be what he's trying to do is a thermal detonator leader bomb. You know, like,
I'm fairly confident that's how it works. Player whose turn it is decides a competing order of competing automatic actions.
and I'm sure Emil knows that.
And then, of course, when she dies, she also searches your force pile. Like, she's just a great character with a thermal
So
detonator.
this is definitely a key to getting Tom out of his retrieval loop for sure. Because that would kill Rose.
Yeah, I mean, it's
at
hard,
that site,
hard to
and
see all the destiny numbers. Rose is a 5.
There's a 5, and a 2, and a... What is it, Greedo? What is Greedo's destiny?
Greedo's a 2.
So it was a 5 and 2 2s, I believe. So Rose is
Cal
gone.
Alder, you mean? But yeah, flipping the 1 is the key thing. What were the destiny draws?
I'm pretty sure it's Force Push.
Yeah, that's a
Guri,
5.
and Greedo. I think.
Oh,
are the
2
three.
2s. Okay. That's rough.
And boom goes the dynamite. Yes. So it would have been better if he could have gotten 1.
Yeah, 1 was really what he needed. Get rid of Leia and Luke and...
And Rescue in the Clouds, I think, is being played. Does that? I guess that. Yeah. Luke stays. Leia will stay. But Radis, Rose, Cal.
And Zam was also a Destiny too,
Pukamir.
so she's gonna die
Pukamir.
herself. Oh, I thought Pukamir was at the... Oh yeah, he was there. He was kind of slid over the side. I thought he was at the hallway
Yeah,
for a second,
so
but yeah, he was there.
Pukamir, that
That's
kills-
huge, yeah.
Emil is a bad player. I don't think so. I don't. Speak for yourself. That was a pretty cool play. I think they're probably.
Yeah, I think they're discussing the lose too. I think that's what they're talking about right now.
Was there any leaders in that pile that got lost though? Cal is Cal a leader?
Radis could be a leader.
Radis is a leader because he's an admiral.
I don't
so
think. Oh, I got the Gemp window open. Let's pull him up.
there's at least 2 for Radis. Sabine wouldn't be a leader, so it would just be for Radis. So it'd be 2 force for Radis.
Yeah, Cal is a scout, not a leader.
They were figuring that out now. I think the characters just now finally officially hit the lost pile. And then after that, looks like Emil just moved the P-59 over to cover up the Kraken train.
Yep, lock that.
So I don't think he lost the 2 for the... So yeah, Jeremy, you can confirm that there was no 2 force loss from Zam for Radis.
Afra and the Probot hopping in front of Luke and Leia.
Okay. Okay, lose Rose first, then Zam, then the leaders.
I'm not sure if that's correct, because I think they all go lost simultaneously.
So it's an all-card
And-
situation.
Yeah, and I think the current player decides the order of competing automatic actions, but I could be mistaken. I don't think it's take turns like it is when you forfeit.
Because, yeah, I think...
But these are both very good players that know the rules very well, so I could very well be mistaken.
So, yeah, Jeremy seems to think that they alternate, so... Yeah, cool. If that's how it works, then that's how it works.
We'll get some clarification later, maybe.
Yeah.
2 force isn't going to make or break the game, but you never know.
I mean, if this was match play, it could be a lot bigger of a deal, so... Alright, so let's see what Emil had, or what Tom has in store for this turn in response to that thermal detonator play.
Gotta love the thermal detonators.
We'll see if he answers the P-59 movement in front, or if he's going to get rid of Afra and Probot. But he's going to do his retrieval with Cloud City Celebration, and then force drain for 1 at the docking bay, 2 at the system, or sorry, 1 at the system. Why is Tom moving a poker chip around on his effects? I think when because we were all given poker chips for attending, and that's going to be a kind of a new thing that we're doing. They're Star Wars poker chips, Star Wars CCG PC. They actually have cool little logos and stuff like that on there. And I think every time he uses keeping
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's doing.
He puts the poker chip on it, so that way he knows
To mark that he's used it for the turn.
Yeah, so that's it's kind of a way to. So we got a battle going on here at the Leia's site.
Yep.
Hi, Cam.
So Tom's 2 destinies were enough to clear Emil out of that location, and Leia's forfeit was enough to cover the attrition that Emil had against Tom. So Luke is left standing alone, keeping Emil on the 0 side. And let's see, Tom's thinking about some moves here in the move phase, but again, from the docking bay, it cost force. So he's just splitting his guys to 2 guys each location.
I mean, I don't think that there's any rule against a simple memory reminder like that. I know some people who, when they play the farm card that lets you take cards out of your used, they have like a copy of Lando, Leia, Luke, and Chewie on that card. So every time that they
flip it over.
They flip it over.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess maybe that is a topic for discussion, but I don't think many people would.
I mean, you also see people with rotating their strike planning and Endor shield to indicate how many pulls they've used, that kind of stuff. I'm not sure exactly what the tournament guide specifies,
sure
but
it's cheating.
yeah, we should probably just go in there and tell him to stop playing right now. Game's over. He cheated.
I mean, at least he's playing it straight up, and you know that he's, not doing 2 keeping pulls a turn, So he's going to use the Emil's just checking his reserve deck.
If you hear any life force counts out there, Jeremy, let us know. I don't know if you're listening or not, but
Yeah, good call. Just so we can kind of, it's hard for us to tell.
looks like Tom's loss pile's getting pretty big.
So he's going to go put something else. Is that a Cad Bane?
It's
a Cad Bane in front of
Bane.
Kraken. So yeah, I mean, being able to shoot Kraken and maybe cause some overflow could cause some more force loss for light side.
Yeah, Kraken is drawing a destiny because he adds
So
one.
that's a hit.
He adds one when all ability is
from
provided by
P59.
scouts and spies. Yep,
Loses the barrier.
just a little more damage Tom's got to deal with.
And then draws the Dark Time for the Battle Destiny. Tom Haid draws, it's a hit. So I think that is a total of 6 to a total of
12.
12.
So yeah, I think Tom's got to peel 2 more.
Kraken isn't forfeit 0 at least.
No,
but
he's only 4 though.
yeah.
So being down by
Does he get
6.
+1 from. I guess it did.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. He would if he had it.
Yeah. All the other light side decks we've seen today have had it. Emil should have chosen. Jan, you are correct.
Are you talking about the thermal detonator incident, Archmagaic? Sorry, I don't know how to say that.
Archmage.
Archmage AK. Oh, it's Aaron Nelson. Or Aaron, why aren't you here, Aaron? What the hell, man? Mr. Kingery? Is that you? Yeah, it must be, because Archmage AK. AK is not like the gun.
Aaron
It's
Kingery.
Aaron Kingery, yeah.
That's gotta be Aaron King. Yeah, the other Albany guys are here. Where
Oh,
you at?
bummer, man. You coming tomorrow or anything? It'd be great to see you.
So we got a sacrifice line of breed combo. Is he gonna transport some characters over to Bespin? Yep, sure is.
Getting all up in his face.
So that was the Bosk and the Vigo and the... Oh, I think Tom just conceded.
Yeah, I think he did. Tom was getting real low there.
Yeah. All right, so that was Tom Hayes' first loss of the day, and that is that brings Emil.
Yeah, so now both these guys are going to be 5-1 going into the 6th round.
Yep. Okay.
4-1 going into the 6th round. My mistake.
Going into 6th game. Yep. So we've got these two guys both have the same number of victory points. We'll be done with streaming Tom Hayes for today since he had two appearances.
We've seen both of his decks now.
Yeah, but at least we didn't have Throne Room or a mains deck.
Yeah, no, it was good to see something a little different.
All right, guys, we're going to go
deck.
check the main room, see what time is left, and all that good stuff.
Looks like we got a few results in for this round.
Go ahead and say what you got.
Matt Wallin is 5-0
Matt Wallin,
after having
5-0.
beaten Justin
That's
Desai.
time of the Yuppie, I believe, on the forums. So that's pretty cool. Go Matt.
Another
California guy represent.
Mike Turner's doing real well at 4-1. Looks like
Turner,
having just
4-1.
beaten.
He's had a great summer. He
just
won,
beaten
he
Bill
won 2
Kafer.
states. He beat Bill. There you
And
go.
Justin Carulli has also finished this game for this round. He's a 4-1 after
Justin
beating Pat
Carulli,
Johnson.
4-1. Pittsburgh crowd represent.
So.
All right.
Tom Kelly's also 4-1.
Tom Kelly.
Having just beaten Barry Alperstein.
Oh,
so
okay.
there you go, some other top table guys, and
There's
maybe we'll see one of them next. Cool.
Yeah,
All right,
no, that was
we'll
great.
be back shortly, guys.
Thanks, guys.